All right. Let's see what we're doing today, folks. Let me just fix some Windows stuff on my screen here. All right. Holy shit, guys. It is cold as fuck outside, dude. It is like actually fucking giga cold. It was snowing. It was snowing in Houston. What the fuck is that? I just realized that my overlay on this one is fucked. There we go. Is it Martin Luther King Day? How come I'm not monetized yet? I should be monetized. It says monetization is on. Yeah, if you want to send a super chat, my guy, yeah, you're more than welcome to send a super chat. Let's see. So it's super fucking cold outside. So I'm not gonna lie, I spent most of the morning making sure that my my plants didn't die, making sure that the cat outside had you know, a shelter. We made like a little... Sorry, I cannot concentrate when there's music with lyrics playing. Is there... Give me something... There we go. That's not lyrical. All right. Yeah, so we made like little cat shelters for the cats outside because it's fucking snowing in a city that gets snow like once every like 3 years. Not everyone's prepared for that shit. All right, let's see. Charlie Kirk comes out against BLM or Martin Luther King. Wyoming Equality Day. Really? You guys had to make your own bunch of virtue signalers out there in Wyoming, aren't you? Who was MLK? A myth has been created and has grown totally out of control. Charlie Kirk says, people think that there's a good black man? Allow me to correct the record. Allow me to correct the record on that one. My name is Charlie Kirk, and I'm about to tell you that the one black guy that most of my friends will say that is a good dude, I don't think so. While he was alive, most people disliked him, yet today he is the most honored, worshipped, and even deified person of the 20th century. Why did they dislike him, Charlie? Why did people dislike him? I'll give you a hint. Let's see here. Now, if you'll notice in this image right here, we have Martin Luther King, and he's standing next to a man who looks different than him. Why might people immediately in the racist days of the 50s and 60s hate this man, but not this man at first glance? I wonder, Charlie Kirk, why did people dislike him back in the 1950s and 1960s? Let's explain the truth about how this myth that this man who said we should protest non-violently for our rights so that the promises of the Constitution were made real. to all Americans. Why might people hate him? Charlie, why do you hate him, Charlie? Now, I'm not one to just casually throw around the racism accusation. But I'm sorry. If you decide hey, you know what? There's a lot of people that like this MLK guy. All right. And yeah, he might have, wanted inequality for all people and preached nonviolence and been a very, Christian man and a pastor and all of that stuff. And yeah, but did you guys know that he cheated on his wife? And he's a civil rights activist, just like those BLM people. Like that, I swear to God. If your entire thing is I need to demonize MLK because I also want to, cast his shadow on BLM, yeah, you're actually just like a racist person. I'm sorry. That's my hot take of the day. All right, what else are we doing? Is Biden just blue MAGA? Can't wait to hear the very smart people at the Majority Report. I don't remember who Benny Johnson is, but I don't know if I care about him. I will never watch another Jason Unruh video on stream. Oh, man. I can't wait to see how we tie two completely separate events together. Okay, which one of these should we start with, folks? How about let's start with blue MAGA? Fuck. I might have to run downstairs and get fucking slippers. My fucking toes are frozen. It is so fucking cold. I'm not adapted for this weather. It was fucking 80 degrees outside 3 days ago. And now it's below freezing. Okay, let's see if we can do just one. Let's see if we can do one video and then I can put slippers on. Fuck, I'm freezing.
Also pretty sickening to see liberals weaponizing Trump against Muslim and Arab Americans for not wanting to vote for Genocide Joe and going all white.
Oh, well, Biden supports Israel, our strongest ally in the Middle East. So he's basically exactly the same as that one guy. Remember the guy that wanted to ban all Muslims from the country? They're basically the same guy.
Savior, as if voting for blue MAGA has made anyone's lives better. Well, I will tell you something.
By the way, it kind of literally has. But the problem is, and this is something that a bunch of fucking political people on NPR, on CNN, basically any centrist or what do you call it? Holy shit, I cannot think. Left-leaning. Fuck me. I'm so fucking stupid. Any centrist or left-leaning news media that you'll see, they're all saying literally every metric that people are complaining about has gotten better. It is either completely repaired, gotten back to where it was, or gotten better since the Trump presidency before COVID. But people's reporting about their feelings on the economy are all negative. Even though by any actual metric that we can, feasibly measure it by, we have no clue. Oh my God, I'm literally unable to play this game because I'm constantly getting attacked. Oh my God. It's over. Load game. Load. Fuck that. Center left, left leaning, yeah.
The fact of the matter is that we cut child poverty in half, by 45%, 40%. I think that makes a difference to people's lives. Biden hasn't done nearly enough in terms of student debt relief, but for 3 million people, yes, it made a difference. The idea that Medicaid expansion was promoted under Biden, yes, that makes a huge difference. The idea that the National Labor Relations Board has made unionizing easier, yes, that makes a difference. For millions of people who stand to gain Social Security and worker protections because of the Labor Board decision today, yes, that makes a difference. I mean, on balance, I'm sorry. The fact is, yes, there have been many more people's lives who've been made better by having a Democratic administration versus a Republican administration. It is not revolutionary. Some of these changes are incremental.
I'm actually, you know what? People always say that Sam Cedar is like the smart person there, and then he just hires a bunch of dumb fucks, and occasionally he has like a stupid take, but he's generally the better one on the entire thing. And I never believed them because he always said such stupid shit, or he just sat by while this Emma girl fucking said some wild shit. But he's actually saying fucking amazing shit, totally true shit here.
And you may argue that and certainly in the lives of some people, it is not made better without a doubt. But I don't know what to tell you. Like, I think I personally am not someone who has ever really cared about the Democratic Party beyond whether that party or candidate is going to move in the direction of issues that I support. So I don't know what to tell you. Biden has continued a lot of the policies introduced under Trump. That's true. He's also reversed a lot of policies that have existed under Trump.
Arguing zero difference is just not useful. Also, I think arguing what people should do one way or the other on election day isn't useful. Like I'm coming back to the idea that like the private ballot, I think people should just, and then move on to like, what else are you doing? Are you joining some sort of progressive or socialist group? Are you phone banking for some, like what else is going on besides where are people putting their moral chit on election day that apparently determines everything about people's politics? I think it's just massively overstated. And so like, okay, people don't vote for Biden. They're not empowered anymore. They might feel better about themselves and might have a little bit more free time on election day. But like, what else?
One second, let me hear what he says, the full thing here.
Of issues that I support. So I don't know what to tell you. Biden has continued a lot of the policies introduced under Trump. That's true. He's also reversed a lot of policies that have existed under Trump.
Arguing zero difference is just not useful. Also, I think arguing what people should do one way or the other on election day isn't useful. Like I'm coming back to the idea that like the private ballot, I think people should just, and then move on to like, what else are you doing? Are you joining some sort of progressive or socialist group? Are you phone banking for some, like what else is going on besides where are people putting their moral chit on election day that apparently determines everything about people's politics? I think it's just massively overstated. And so like, okay, people don't vote for Biden. They're not empowered anymore. They might feel better about themselves and might have a little bit more free time on election day. But like, what else? This conversation gets short-circuited by the voting day consideration, in my opinion.
Right. I'm going out to get a coffee instead. But again, I recommend that Lemmy or Lauren video.
Right.
Can answer that question better than I can. She works on a lot of activist issues where she sees it's not a question of whether Democrats are doing more for people, but they are less resistant and she is more empowered with the Democrat in office. That's just it. Chevron, barf. All right,
Thank
three
you.
more. I'm Sam. The definition of lesbian: a female who has not met Tim Pool. And the final I am of the day. Biden expects voters to forget his vocal support for genocide by Election Day, but I don't think that'll be as easy to forget as it was to forget his vocal support for labor and especially the UAW. Yeah, I think you're probably right about that. Certainly with some people, anyways.
Wow, what a video. Did you know Michael Brook, before he died, he was a genius? I didn't start watching like basically anything political on YouTube until I was until like 2019. Yeah, I guess it was like early 2019. So I think he had already died, or it was just before he died when I started getting into it, and I didn't watch the Majority Report. So I didn't know who Michael Brooks was until after he died. And then the only thing that I ever got to see of his was him talking to Destiny, or him talking at Destiny for fucking, I don't know, an hour and a half, and Destiny basically didn't get to say anything that entire fucking conversation, which was pretty fucking wild. But yeah, that's basically all I know about Michael Brooks. I know that he's probably a really nice guy, but I don't know anything about him except for the fact that he had a... Wait, is there a bunch of enemies right where I planted that thing? 1 second. Okay, let's see what Mr. Kolinsky, someone that I did used to watch, has to say about the war in Yemen, an allegedly illegal war that I have not seen anything to say that it's actually illegal. Damn, they blew up my shit.
All right, guys, I got some big breaking news that just came out. We're getting reports that the U.S. and the U.K. have decided that they are going to airstrike Yemen. Now, when I say that, I don't just mean sort of tit for tat on the seas. I mean, they are targeting cities and specific targets in Houthi-held areas of Yemen. It's a little difficult in the fog of war to get all, good information right up front here. But here are the names of some of the cities that allegedly they're bombing at this moment. Sana'a, Hodeida, Sada, Damar, Taiz, and Zabid. So if these reports are true, then that is a number of cities, a number of targets in Houthi-held regions in Yemen. Now, I, of course, should point out that the U.S. and the U.K. are doing this. They say that, like, the Netherlands and some other countries are with them with this coalition. But this is always what they do. They'll, like, drag in some other countries and pretend like they're part of this big coalition, but really it's just to get the name down on paper to make it appear more official than it actually is.
What the fuck does that mean? Wait, does he think that they just pretend to have a coalition? All of the nations there have contributed some amount of assets to the conflict. I just don't even know what the fuck his point is there. They're trying to make it seem more official by doing what? So let me just fucking cut down tree and then fucking Yeah, the U.S. is making it more official by having Greece and Bahrain there somehow. I don't understand it, but okay. If that's the way that it be, then I guess that's the way that it be. But I don't understand how that is the case. I just don't understand how that is the case. If is the U.S. forcing these places to be a part of the coalition? How is it pretending to be more official than it actually is? Pray tell.
I mean, the big point to make here is this is illegal. In order for the U.S. to start bombing another country, you need a declaration of war through
That's
Congress.
not true.
That's what the Constitution says.
That's not what the
And
Constitution
Biden
says.
Didn't do that.
The Constitution says that the president has to notify Congress within 40 hours or 48 hours or some shit. Nowhere in the Constitution at all, mind you, nowhere does it say, oh, the president has to, because that would completely, it would be completely against the entire point of the, what do you call it? Oh shit, some of these guys don't have access. Let's see, who else doesn't have access? You don't have access. And you don't have access. Fuck. Okay, let's see how that works out for us. Okay, I'll fix that in a second. Yeah, I just don't know how that works.
If you had the time to go talk to the UK and go talk to the Netherlands and whoever else was nominally involved here, you didn't go and talk to Congress at all. In fact, I've already seen a number of tweets, and credit to these politicians who are coming out and saying this, but Val Hoyle is one congressperson who says these airstrikes have not been authorized by Congress. The Constitution is clear. Congress has the sole authority to authorize military involvement in overseas conflicts. Every president must first come to Congress and ask for military authorization, regardless of party. We have Ro Khanna came out and said a very, very similar thing. And I don't know, I haven't seen any Republicans yet say it, but of course, I know Thomas Massie will come out and say it. There may even be others who come out and say it. I saw Lindsey Graham celebrating what Biden is doing here. But let's understand something, guys. Why is this happening? Why is it the case now that our tax money is going to bomb Yemen? Because Israel decided to do a genocide in Gaza.
Yeah.
They killed 28,000 civilians, including 12,000 children. And Yemen decided, we want them to stop that, so we're going to go ahead and
destroy international
the Red Sea to prevent trade with Israel.
Not trade with Israel. That's the entire world. That's the entire world. They're attacking any ship that they want to in the fucking Sea of Aden and in the Red Sea, including their own allies' ship. How fucking stupid can you be? Nobody wants the Houthis to do this except for like Iran. But they bombed a Russian ship. They bombed a Russian oil ship. They've bombed 28 ships when we checked yesterday or the day before, right? And of those, I think only one actually had any direct links to Israel. And past that, like 3 of them had tenuous links to Israel. They're just attacking international trade. They're not fucking helping the Palestinians by doing this. They're just pissing everybody off. They're not helping they're not helping anyone but themselves and maybe Iran, if you want to believe that Iran's telling them to do it.
Now, by the way, they've been clear every step of the way. If Israel stops doing the genocide in Yemen, we will stop controlling the Red Sea and blocking trade with Israel. And so the U.S. looked at that, and Biden was so outraged and aggrieved by the blocking of trade with Israel as they committed genocide that he decided.
If you start with that premise as like being 100% true, then you can't have a reasonable take on the conflict. It's already over because the entire premise is faulty. The entire premise is faulty. How can you have a good take on this if you don't have the facts correct? If you don't know what's going on, how the fuck are you supposed to have anywhere approaching a good take?
I need to go do an illegal, unconstitutional war and
Not
go take
unconstitutional.
U.S. tax money and use U.S. bombs to go after the Houthis. Look, I'm going to say this as straightforward and as simply as possible.
Tell it to me like it is.
This will be controversial, but it's true, which is why I'm going to say it. The Houthis are correct. The Houthis are right. In fact, you can argue they are the ones who are trying to uphold international law here.
That is
when they say,
fucking
"Oh, you're going to do a
crazy.
genocide and nobody's going to do anything to try to stop it," well, let's do the bare minimum that we can and try to block trade with you. So what happened as a result of that? Okay, the insurance.
Number one, a genocide that is, even if you want to believe that it's a genocide, it's still being litigated. So why would you punish literally the entire world economy on something that hasn't even been like fully litigated right now, right? Number two, they're not committing a genocide. Genocide is way too strong of a claim here. You have so many other things that you can point towards them doing that are actually happening. And it's not this. It's not genocide. There are so many things that you could be pointing towards, but you're not because you're so fucking ideologically predisposed to saying one thing or the other. Or saying one thing, not the other. It's fucking crazy. Okay, let's see. Maybe that's not the best way to do it. Maybe the best way to do it would be just to go straight up. I'm sorry. Hey, Tron, if you're watching right now, or when you inevitably watch this, Mr. Editor, I'm sorry for all these pauses. All right, I will pause the game. I swear to God, I will pause the game. I'm a horrible employer. Okay, I'm the worst, and I know it. But I have to make sure that my my iron is fed. Okay.
Insurance rates for the ships in Israel went up. Sometimes they have to take a different, much longer route.
Oh, also, no, it's not just the insurance rate in Israel. It's also the insurance for every ship going through the Red Sea. Every ship going through the Red Sea. Every ship, Kyle. It's every motherfucking ship. That's what they're doing. They're making it impossible to do international trade through one of the most important sea lanes in the entire fucking world. You should have interlaced conveyor belts, not just parallel. Listen, motherfucker, I have a main bus, okay? Is that what you want from me? Is that what you want, fucking loser?
To get to Israel. Oh, man, the horror. How terrible. But the U.S. would rather protect trade to Israel than protect Palestinian babies who are being bombed on the regular. If you wanted the Houthis to stop, you know what you could have done? Told Israel, hey, you've already been doing this for months. You can go ahead and wrap it up now. 28,000 dead civilians is enough. Bombing, another hospital, another school, another UN building, another marketplace. Wrap it up. I think we got the point. I think the 12,000 dead babies is enough.
Oh my God.
If you wanted them to stop, Biden could have told them, no more money.
And like, notice like he can't step away from the memes. He can't step away from the memes. Right? It's all dead babies. There's no dead militants whatsoever, right? That would be fucking crazy to like point out that the maybe some of those people are actually, you know, bad people that should be fucking blown up by fucking J dams. All right, maybe some of them are, right? But he can't fucking say that.
No more weapons. We're going to stop this. This is having wide-ranging consequences. Instead, what does he do? Pats Israel on the back, gives them a green light.
This is going to have wide-reaching consequences. Maybe Iran should have said that to the Houthis, you know, the guys that are blocking international trade, the thing that no country on earth wants to be blocked, including countries that you fucking retards would say is like semi-good, like China.
Tells them,
or Russia, who also had one of their I almost said trucks, one of their boats bombed. They're fucking with the boats. You don't fuck with the boats. That's why there's so many countries involved in bombing the Houthis.
They're special and they're
like, are we really on the arc right now where we're going to defend the Houthis, the guys that do Hitler salutes and say a curse upon the Jews? Is that what the progressive line is going to be? Are these going to be the clips that they're going to play for, like, Republicans to be like, hey, look, these guys literally support terrorists that want to genocide the Jews? Why do you think the Houthis are blocking trade? In the sense, what do you think their end game is? They probably want to solidify themselves as being like a big part of, or like a big player in the, you know, in like Iran's end game. Like they want everyone to respect them, et cetera, et cetera. So they're doing what they can to get Iran to be, you know, their buddies more than they already are. That's what I would say. They're probably trying to solidify more power that they wants to achieve.
precious, and then decides to drag the
Yeah, sparking a larger regional conflict that would, yeah. But I'm sorry, this is something that we talked about last time. When you're escalating, and that's what the United States and the UK are doing right now. They're escalating because you can't leave this unanswered. You simply cannot leave this unanswered at all. It is not something that you can do. So if you're going to escalate it, you want to make sure that if they want to play that game, they can play that game. We'll play that game all day long with them, right? We'll just escalate to a point where they no longer want to fucking escalate either. A little something people in the biz like to call escalation dominance. We're going to I'm dominating. Yeah, we are escalating. We're escalating so hard that they would not even think about escalating further, because if they were to, then it would be actually game over. then people might start calling it an actual genocide. All right? That's how you have to fucking do it. If you want to do it, let's go. I'm right here holding your hand, having this conversation with you, Houthis. And the conversation is spoken through fucking JDAM missiles being sent your way. Sorry.
U.S. into another Mideast war on their behalf. I mean, you know, I'm at a loss for words here, because I always expect the U.S. to make stupid decisions, to do terrible things. But this is like a level above and beyond. This was 100 million trillion% avoidable. We don't need to be going to war with Yemen. We don't need to be bombing 10 cities in Yemen. We don't need a hot war with the Houthis. And by the way, another really important point, this makes Americans less safe. Because now you are begging for retribution and retaliation because the U.S. is doing Israel's dirty work for them. This makes us less safe. It absolutely makes us less safe. We are not a target of Houthis or Hezbollah or Hamas. But you know what? When you keep sending money and you keep sending weapons and you keep greenlighting a genocide, maybe eventually they go, hey, they are the problem. they're the dealer that's giving Israel, the addict, their fix. And now you go and you bomb Yemen. I said it before, I'll say it again. The Houthis are correct. Their action of blocking the ships was correct. Absolutely. It should have been the UN that was doing that, right? It should have been the US, if we actually cared about human rights, us doing that. No, Yemen, a super poor country, had to do the right thing and step up, and now we're bombing them as a result of it. Now, I should point out, there are some reports that are unconfirmed as of this moment that they went after U.S. ships. So Crystal was telling me that just the other day, we targeted a bunch of their drones. We shot down a bunch of Yemen's drones, the drones that they're using to police the Red Sea effectively. And there are some reports now.
They're policing the Red Sea? They're acting as if they're fucking pirates, shooting down shit that they shouldn't be allowed to shoot down. Why are we okay with this? Why are we defending the action of literal terrorists working at the behest of a fucking regime that fucking hates America, that wants to kill us? These people are insane.
Now that they went after U.S. ships, we don't know the timeline of the events. So in other words, we don't know if the Houthis knew the U.S. were going to attack them, or the U.S. was already in the midst of attacking them, and then the Houthis started attacking the ships, or we don't know if they attacked the ships in retaliation to us attacking their drones the other day. We don't even know for sure if they did attack the ships. There's just some unconfirmed reports that happened. But now that's almost certainly going to happen. And this is what we've been talking about, guys, how everything escalates out of control and the tit for tat, it turns into a massive snowball effect, right? And so now, the Houthis fire back on some U.S. ship. Nobody's died. No U.S. people have died, right? But imagine even one U.S. soldier dies. Then, Joe Biden and neocons and Republicans, all these people could look at that and say, well, the Houthis are just a proxy for Iran, so this means Iran killed a U.S. soldier. Now we got to go to war with Iran.
Nobody wants to do that. You fucking retard.
Look, of all the horrible things that Joe Biden has done, literally
this
put
is
at
the
the top
worst.
of the list, the tippy top of the list, green lighting Israel doing a genocide and arming them and funding them as they do it, and now illegally and offensively bombing Yemen, bombing the Houthis in Yemen. This is a country that didn't attack us and was only trying to effectively do a blockade of...
Except they literally did attack one of our ships, from what I understand. They literally did bomb or shoot a missile an anti-ship missile at one of our warships. So yeah, they actually kind of did, but even if they didn't, we would still be well within our rights to go and do this. Not only is it sanctioned, by the most powerful fucking navy in the entire world, hoorah, but it's sanctioned through the UN and through a bunch of other nations, including one from the Middle East.
Of Israel in a sad attempt to put economic pressure on them to get them to stop carpet bombing babies in Gaza. I don't know what else to say about it, man, but this is bad. And so we told you from the very beginning in those long Israel segments, we told you, look out, because this is how giant regional wars start. This is how it happens. It's a little bit of, we're backing Israel, Israel's massacring civilians in Gaza, then it's Israel doing tit for tat with Hezbollah in one area, and then it's us, the U.S., bombing Shia militias in Iraq, bombing Shia militias in Syria, Israel taking out a Hezbollah commander here, an Iranian commander here, a Hamas leader in Beirut, in Lebanon, wildly illegal. You can't just bomb Lebanon. They did. And then
there are missiles flying from Lebanon into Israel unprovoked. I don't know what the fuck world these people live in. I'm legitimately, so unbelievably fucking flabbergasted at the insanity of these fucking people. That they think that these terrorists, we should literally just bend to what literal, I don't say this with any amount of irony or with any amount of hyperbole, literal jihadist motherfucking terrorists We should just do whatever they say because why? Oh, it's because you think America is bad. Everything that America does is bad, even when doing something in self-defense or in furtherance of something that every other fucking nation in the fucking world wants to happen. We're always the bad guy. No matter what. This is fucking crazy.
Now we are in a
Like, I swear to God, these people, if like during World War II, because of like American hegemony, right? If we had American hegemony pre-World War II, these fucking scumfuck, loser, degenerate, subhuman freaks would be defending the fucking Nazis because America is bad. Literally, that will be it.
in a hot war bombing Yemen, completely illegal, completely unconstitutionally. And for what? We know the answer.
Also not unconstitutional. Also not illegally.
The thing that we're doing it for is to continue to allow Israel to carpet bomb children.
That's not why we're doing it. We're doing it because they're attacking fucking international trade.
And by the way, if you turn on mainstream media,
man, I wish that people like this would unironically, like unironically, actually, IRL, in real life, do it. Holy fuck. At this point, I just don't have any patience left. I don't have any patience left for people that will literally support actual jihadist fucking terrorists who reinstituted fucking slavery in Yemen, reinstituted slavery, who do fucking Hitler fucking Nazi salutes while saying death to Jews, a curse upon Jews, death to Israel, and then death to Jews. So we know that they're not just talking about death to Israel or Zionism. They're saying fuck all the Jews and death to America. They want to kill Americans. They want to kill Jews while throwing up fucking Sieg Heils. These people would literally support Hitler if it meant that they got to own the U.S. rhetorically. Fucking discount fucking chewed up bubblegum fucking Eminem over here. Off-brand the fucking retarded fucking clone of Eminem. Giving us fucking international relations and fucking geopolitical news. Jesus fucking Christ. This is the world we live in.
Whoo, good luck getting the context. There is not a single channel in mainstream media that will tell you the very basic thing. Hey, why is Yemen doing this? Why are they...
Because they want to gain favor with Iran. That's why. Next. Because they want to start a wider regional conflict because it would make them look really good to Iran. Next.
Policing and patrolling the Red Sea. Why are they trying to block ships here? I don't understand. Again, they're doing it to try to stop Israel from doing a genocide. Putting economic pressure on them to try to stop them from doing a genocide. That's why. Now, when you hear that context, it's a lot harder to critique it, isn't it?
No.
And by the way, Hassan Pike
because
was saying on Twitter that,
you're wrong on the facts, so it's really easy
CNN,
to critique.
And they were describing the U.S. illegally bombing Yemen as a de-escalatory action.
No, it is. That's the nicest way of putting it. It is an escalatory action. It absolutely is. But it's so that we have escalatory dominance, so that if they want to escalate it further, it would literally mean like the only escalation that they could do further would mean that, okay, well, if you guys want to do that, then we're just going to put boots on the ground. We're going to fuck your entire life up. That's where we would be at. Like, we're trying to make it to where, like, okay, well, these motherfuckers are crazy. They actually will kill all of us. Should we escalate it further? Nah, we probably shouldn't escalate it further. That would probably be a really bad idea. That would probably be a really bad idea, wouldn't it, guys? Should we just, like, stop bombing ships in the middle of the fucking ocean? that have no, literally no. Oh, cool. I see you guys. I see you guys on my radar. Wait, where's my fucking gun? You fucking bitches. Where'd all my shit go? I'm so mad.
Oh man. Holy shit, man. This is bad. This is bad. Lord only knows what happens from here. Lord only knows how long we'll continue to bomb Yemen. Lord only knows now what they'll do in response, or if Hezbollah comes in more, or Iran comes in more, or if now, you know, Lindsey Graham starts screaming about, let's go and
Listen, I'm sorry. At this point, I really just want the U.S. to actually do what all these fucking retards, these actual fucking subhumanly unintelligent fucking people, fucking say the U.S. does. I want the U.S. to do it just so that we don't have to have the conversation anymore. I don't want to have the conversation about whether or not the U.S. is committing a genocide or Israel is committing a genocide, or, you know, like, oh, well, like, if you think that the U.S. is so bad, all right, cool beans there, bro. Cool beans. Now, we're actually going to go in there. We're actually going to carpet bomb Iran. We're actually going to carpet bomb the Houthis. We're actually going to carpet bomb all of these fucking people that actually do bad things, that are actually the bad guys. We're going to remove them from the face of the earth, and anyone that sympathizes with them, that tries to spring up, we're going to send a literal nuclear fucking strike. And then, oh, there's all my shit. I just wish that we would fucking do it already. If we had the ability to just like fucking get fucking rid of fucking Iran, get rid of fucking Russia, and like no longer have to like fucking cry like, oh no, people think that we're mean. Yeah, we're mean. We're America, and we're not going to put up with people being actually fucking like dictator fucking communist fucking fascist leaders anymore. We're not going to put up with it. We're not going to like expect other people to put up with it. You guys are actually just going to die. You guys are just going to die. And we're not going to feel bad about it anymore because you guys are the bad guys. You guys are like pieces of shit. Fuck you. That's how we should do it.
invade Iran. But Biden's probably close. If he was going to green light a war with Yemen illegally, then
It's not illegal.
why not go all the way and do Iran? Imagine blowing your chances at re-election so that you continue to allow Netanyahu to do a genocide. Imagine being that fucking stupid. Imagine being that fucking stupid. That's what we got in Joe Biden. So, by the way, final point. All you Republicans...
Wait, also,
oh my God.
wait a second. Isn't like the entire fucking argument that they use all the fucking time to say that you know, the Democrats and Republicans are all the same. They're just going to start a war so that they can remain in power. If starting a war causes someone to stay in power, then why is this a bad move from Joe Biden for his election chances? Isn't that the fucking argument that they always say? Oh, well, I'm just scared he's going to start a war so that he can stay in power forever. In what world does that work?
Let's do 74 hearings on Hunter Biden's cock and balls. You want to talk about impeaching Joe Biden? You want to talk about accountability? Here you have a clear-cut example of an illegal bombing campaign. The Constitution.
Except for it's not illegal. It's not illegal. I regret to inform you, Mr. Kalinsky, that the War Powers Act does not make it illegal for the president to carry out bombing campaigns. It just makes it illegal for them to do it without informing Congress within 40 hours or some shit. That's it.
Is super clear. The president can't just willy-nilly go around and start bombing whoever the hell they want for whatever reason they want. No, you need a declaration of war from Congress in order to do a war. This is an act of war. It is 100% illegal. This isn't, vital for necessary defense of the nation at the last minute. No, not at all. Nobody makes the argument that, oh my God,
the entire point that we have a fucking navy as strong and as big as we do is because of why. Because we've guaranteed international shipping lanes. That's something that we've guaranteed. After World War II, we were the first ones to ever do that and say, hey, we actually don't like piracy. We don't like it when pirates do bad things. So we're not going to let pirates live anymore. Pirates will die. If we are nearby and there is a pirate, they will no longer be a pirate because they will be dead. We're the United States and we have the biggest cocks in the entire fucking world and nobody can tell us to stop. Because we are just too fucking powerful. There's nothing that you can do about it, pirates. There's nothing that you can do about it, terrorists. I wish that we would actually flex our fucking muscles so these people had a reason to fucking complain. I wish.
Houthis are taking down Cleveland if we don't act. Doesn't happen. So here we know this is...
Also, really quick, just in case you're on this guy's side... Let me explain why it doesn't matter if they're going to attack us on our soil or if they're attacking, if they attack international shipping lanes, all these people, all these little baby bitches crying every single fucking day about, oh, well, inflation is so bad. Why doesn't Joe Biden do something about it? This would be literally Joe Biden doing something about it. This would quite literally be the definition of Joe Biden doing something about it. This causes inflation. This causes a price increase across the board for every nation in the world. For every nation in the entire world, this causes an increase in price. For the poor nations, for all those poor black and brown people that you claim to care about, right? And how they have food insecurity all over the fucking place because of American hegemony or whatever the fuck you want to fucking say, right? Wait, did I set that up wrong? No, I didn't. God, how many did they destroy? Fuck me. We're not operational yet? Fuck. Monkey D. Luffy, what a monster. Listen, I would nuke whatever animation studio that is because fuck One Piece, okay? Send a nuke straight to that office. And video game, obviously, is a joke. If it was illegal, the military wouldn't comply. True. Well, the U.S. had literally had that policy since we made the Navy to fuck up Barbary pirates. Right, but we really started enforcing it once we had the capability to. I saw a Hasidic Orthodox Jewish rabbi on YouTube claim Israel should transition from its current state to a theocratic monarchy and kingdom. That's stupid. Okay, let's finish this out, please.
Offensive,
I
this
hate
is
this
aggressive,
guy.
this is illegal, this is unconstitutional. If you want to go after Joe Biden for anything, here's your chance. But they're not going to do it. You want to know why? Because they agree with Biden. They agree with Biden 100%. Absolutely pathetic, terrible breaking news. This thing keeps getting worse and worse. And I don't have much hope that it's going to change.
Mr. President, please send a drone to this man's house. In a video game, obviously. Sets traps on Sondsol who's the blockade frustrating and enraging. See, it's not that enraging. What's enraging is people defending literal terrorists. Like Shodan, you're a fucking ML fucking cringe lord socialist. Sorry, no, I actually think that you're a cool dude, because you'll actually engage in a conversation. Okay, what's frustrating is people defending terrorists and saying that the U.S. like these people argue for isolationism so hardcore. That's what's frustrating. They don't want America to be a leader. They want America to stay inside its own borders and just like do everything here and cede all ground to these actual fucking horrible regimes all over the fucking world. They want us to cede so much ground to, I know you like China and Russia, but they want us to cede all this ground to China and Russia. They want us to cede all this land or all this ground to Iran and all of their fucking literal terrorists who target civilians. Terrorist organizations. That's what's frustrating. I don't like people that advocate for things that are fucking like actually evil in my eyes. I think that it's actually evil what like Kyle Kalinske is saying there. And I don't say very many things are evil. It is stupid. It is frustratingly uninformed for someone whose entire job it is to inform others. For some reason, this guy doesn't seem to understand why we're even in the Red Sea with our boats. He doesn't seem to understand the point of an international coalition for some fucking reason. It's frustrating that me as a literal retard on the fucking internet, I am not a smart person. I don't think I'm a smart person. But I know enough to understand what the fuck is going on. No, it doesn't just sanction U.S. trade. It doesn't sanction just U.S. trade. It sanctions all trade across the entire world. It increases prices across the board by like 2%, which doesn't seem like much. But the longer it goes on, the higher it'll go. For all these people that cry about like, oh, Biden's not doing anything to fix inflation. This is literally an inflationary pressure. Increasing prices. If it was only U.S. trade, or if they actually had like a single iota of a fucking like care about fucking Palestinians, then they would actually try and just target Israeli shit. But they don't. They even targeted Russian vessels because they're fucking stupid. It's not that they don't just have it's not that they just lack the ability. They lack the desire. They don't want to end shooting at everyone's shit. They want to shoot at everyone's shit. That's what they want to do. That's why it's frustrating. Because everybody wants it to stop. This is Houthis doing power games for the Middle East. They're literally people who reintroduced the slave trade into Yemen. They do Hitler fucking Nazi salutes and say a curse upon the Jews. And then they also add in there, they want to make sure that we get the message across that they don't just hate Israel, they hate the Jews, because they also say death to Israel and a curse upon the Jews. It's on their fucking flag. This is why I think that these people would unironically, actually, in real life, I don't know if Houthis are deliberately targeting all ships. I don't know what you mean by that. Do you mean like you don't know if they're like literally targeting every ship that could possibly? Reuters frames those attacks as mistakes. We read a Reuters article yesterday, and they said that there were 28 attacks, and 26 of them were on ships that literally had no easily like recognizable connection to fucking, sorry, I'm super not focused right now. No recognizable fucking connection to fucking Israel. They're just doing it without any care as to what the repercussions are for anybody else, because you know what? They get a lot of kickbacks from Iran. They get a lot of props from Iran. Okay, what else do we have? God damn. Holy shit. Kyle Kalinske is just too fucking stupid. He literally gets paid the big bucks to do this. I don't think I care about that. Here, background music for a second. Yeah, I have the Discord open. So I will keep it, I have the content suggestions open if you want to link something there. I saw some scientists are claiming it's conceivable a woman might be able to impregnate herself with her own bone marrow. I don't know if it would distort genetically. I have no clue. Okay, really quick. While I'm chilling out, I need to relax after watching that fucking retarded shit. Holy fuck.
Once again, taking a live look at this hour over the Israel-Gaza border, as we do have a lot of developments here. Atop
Houthis say Yemen will be a graveyard of Americans. Bro, you can't even fucking make it. You guys can barely make it past the fucking bombing campaign that we just did against you guys, okay? You guys shot one missile in retaliation that day. One missile in retaliation. Can you imagine how cucked that is? Like, you just get, like, your ass blasted into fucking oblivion, and you're like, throw one missile back, and then the next day you get another round of fucking barrages from American missiles? Bro.
Houthi rebel telling the Iranian state news agency that Yemen will turn into a, quote, graveyard for U.S. forces. Ali al-Qawam quoted saying, quote,
it's already a graveyard for you Houthis, okay?
Quote, after this aggression, Yemen will turn into the graveyard of the Americans, and they will leave the region in humiliation. U.S. and British forces have launched 2 waves of airstrikes against Houthi-controlled sites, striking dozens of targets, and those strikes are in response to weeks of attacks by the Houthi rebels on commercial vessels in the Red Sea. On Sunday, the Houthis fired an anti-ship cruise missile toward an American destroyer in the Red Sea, but a U.S. fighter jet shot it all down. I want to talk about all of this, so let's bring
Totally
in
a
a friend of the show
graveyard,
here,
bro.
Avi Melamed, former Israeli intelligence official and founder of Inside the Middle East Institute. Thank you so much, as always, Avi, for taking the time to be here with us and help break down the latest developments. We appreciate it.
You're going to at least appreciate that if this short blockade is enough for you to call for the U.S. to go goblin mode. Palestinians experiencing a blockade might also have spicy... But here's the difference between these two things. And let me be clear, like, we've already had this conversation. I do think that the blockade is probably overdone. They probably do too much with the blockade going into Gaza. But I understand why they, like, blockade certain materials going into Gaza. Right? That blockade wasn't always there. Wasn't there until they started using materials coming into Gaza to create more missiles to shoot into Israel. Until they started using all the fucking concrete going into fucking Gaza to build tunnels to hide the missiles that they want to shoot into Israel. I understand why it is. They probably have gone too far. I understand that. This is different because, number one, I don't think that the U.S. should go goblin mode simply because of this. I want the U.S. to go goblin mode because I'm so fucking tired of these people who are so uninformed about shit, thinking that America is doing something bad here. I wish that we'd just give them a reason to say that we're doing something bad and just get it over with, instead of like, okay, we're going to shoot, one night of missile barrages at you guys. All right. We have highly targeted missiles. We're going to blow up all of your fucking missile silos. We're going to blow. I think we killed like 15 people. And 0 of them were civilians in that entire missile barrage. Okay? The reason I'm fucking irritated is because these losers think that terrorists should be able to do things to international trade with impunity. That Russia should be able to go into fucking Ukraine with impunity. That China should be able to invade Taiwan with impunity. That the Houthis should be able to do whatever they want. That fucking Hamas should be able to do October 7th with impunity. It doesn't seem like they have any kind of alternative action for people allied with the United States or the United States itself. No alternative action that would be acceptable except for lie down and take it. Debating Rob Rousseau, he's too big and he would never debate. I don't think he even does debates. I think he's just a Twitter account, right? But yeah, the difference is, like, I can understand why that blockade is there in Gaza, and I can appreciate why the Gazans are upset. Am I thinking of a different person? Rob Rousseau is sitting here like one of those people that has like 1 million plus followers on Twitter?
Hello, Josh. Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Well, first off here, I just want to get your thoughts overall on the statement that was made by that top Hamas, or I should say Houthi official there. What do you make of that comment? And do you think that America is going to take that seriously? And is Israel going to take that seriously as well?
Well, as for the comment or the statement, this is part of the rhetoric that is quite common to hear from Houthis, not only from Houthis, also from other factors on the ground. So it's very common. We are familiar with it. I think that the United States should take seriously the Houthis threat generally, and obviously Israel as well, because we know that the Houthis have been launching attacks both against United States forces on the Red Sea as well as against Israel.
And as we heard right before the break there, the White House said on Sunday, quote, "It's the right time for Israel to scale back its military offensive in the Gaza Strip." What do you think the U.S. really means by that? And does that show any sort of division here developing between the U.S. and Israel?
I don't think so necessarily. I think that what we see is actually the transportation or transforming, to the second phase of this war, where it was very clear from quite a long time now that Israel has to scale up to scale back the volume, sort of speaking, of the military campaign, and instead of that, basically what we're going to see is more and more precise, very pinpoint Israeli operations on the ground, particularly as we talked about the areas of Khan Yunis and the center part and southern part of Gaza Strip, where it is estimated that major Hamas leaders as well as the hostages are being kept.
And we also did hear from Netanyahu over the weekend, giving a speech that many have said was fairly defiant overall. What are your thoughts on Netanyahu saying that despite whatever the International Court of Justice does rule, the court will not be able to stop Israel and any orders would be ignored? Is that anything new? Is that what you would expect? And of course, this is all in reference to the claims of genocide there by South Africa.
Well, I think Netanyahu is mostly here interacting with the Israeli public opinion. I think it's important to understand that right now Israeli public opinion is focused on two major issues. One is to bring back the hostages, and the other thing is to topple down Hamas rule in Gaza Strip. There is a consensus wall-to-wall within Israel regarding that. In addition to that, I think that Netanyahu actually also dialogues or conducts some sort of like a discussion with the whole story about allegedly Israel is committing a genocide in the Gaza Strip. But in the end of the day, I think it's mostly about the inner situation, the inner, I would say, mood of the Israeli public opinion and Israeli public realm vis-a-vis that issue of the war with Hamas.
We know that Hezbollah has launched some rockets, some missiles there over at northern Israel, and one of them actually hitting a home, killing two people, a mother and son, just yesterday. A lot of people are under the impression that the Iron Dome can intercept all of these rockets, missiles that are being fired toward Israel. And I guess this is kind of a reminder that that is not the case. Not all of those rockets are intercepted.
That is correct. In that specific incident, we are talking about actually an anti-tank missiles that was launched from quite distance. These are distances of like 5 or 6 miles distance. And that's the specific missiles that hit the house. The Iron Dome is not designed to deal with such kind of missiles. The Iron Dome is designed to deal with rockets, which is a different kind of weapon. And so you're right, the Iron Dome does not provide 100% proof seal for all kind of military challenges.
The New York Times reporting that the
What's the difference between a missile and a rocket? Cool, just heard gunshots somewhere near my house. That's cool. Is that really the only difference? Okay.
CIA has a task force that is now looking into the whereabouts of Hamas leaders, the hostages, all of that. Does that show a deeper U.S. involvement in all of this?
Well, I think that we shouldn't be surprised. I mean, there has been, since day one of the war, there has been reports about an Israeli-U.S. cooperation vis-a-vis the whole military management of that war, roughly speaking. And I would expect that some of that will be, from a U.S. perspective, would be a more proactive U.S. participation in context of gathering intelligence and sharing intelligence. So I think that this is part of this cooperation that we have been witnessing since day one of this war.
following that attack by Hamas on Israel back on October 7th, we are now on day 101 of the war. Yesterday marked 100 days since all of this first played out. Is this where you thought we would be as far as the war goes 101 days ago?
Yes, actually I did. I mean, in my very early interviews since day one of this whole war, I was saying very clearly this is going to be long and brutal war. It's very clear more and more that the days goes by that indeed this is the case. One of other things that I was referring to since day one, referring to the issue of the hostages, my observation was that I think that the Israeli government will deal with the issue of the hostages, releasing of the hostages as if there is no war, and at the same time Israel will fight that war as if there are no hostages. And I think that today, 100 days into this whole war, we still see that this observation is very valid. I think that to a large extent, those two components are going to be with us for a long period of time.
So if a missile is something propelled in a rocket, so you could say a rocket-propelled missile? And a rocket-propelled bomb would be different from a rocket-propelled missile?
Time ahead.
I want to talk a little bit about the capabilities of some of these groups, because we have Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis. How do they all compare as far as their strength, their capabilities here, when you compare Hamas to Hezbollah and then over to the Houthis as well?
Well, we are looking at those different groups that the common denominator is the fact that they are being massively armed and financed by the Iranians. So they have the latest weapons and ammunition the Iranians can provide them with. We saw that in Yemen, we saw that in Iraq, we saw that in Syria, we saw that with Hezbollah, and we see that with Hamas and Islamic Jihad in Gaza Strip. In terms of like might, I would say that clearly the Hezbollah is considered to be like the mentor or the older brother, if you wish. However, Houthis have also very significant military power. And then we got Hamas and Islamic Jihad. But as I said before, the common denominator in the end of the day is the fact that they are massively armed with the most new weapon that the Iranians can offer. And we know that this is quite significant capacities.
All right. Avi Melamed, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and break down the latest. Anything else you want to add here before I let you?
I don't want to hear what he has to say. Okay. Sorry. Oh, are these guys jamming? Who is Chaos Poetry? Am I subscribed to them? Who is this? Oh, is this the guy that did the playing Eruption until Van Halen comments? Yeah.
So we begin with breaking news. The U.S. military says that the Houthi armed group has struck a U.S.-owned container ship.
Why would you be willing to debate Benny Carollo? I've tried to debate Benny. Benny does not want to ever interact with people like me. Fuck, I completely lost what I was going to say. Well, oh yeah, why is it that like all these major news corporations, when they post to YouTube, the audio is just shit. This is just like all in my left ear.
News, the U.S. military says that the Houthi armed group has struck a U.S.-owned container ship off the coast of Yemen. The strike caused minimal damage to the Gibraltar Eagle, which continued its journey. The incident was first reported by the UK maritime authorities. Let's get the latest on this from Mike Hanna in Washington, D.C. Mike, tell us what you know.
Well, CENTCOM, the U.S. Central Command, has also said, confirmed that there is little damage to the vessel, there are no injuries, and it is continuing on its journey.
One sec. I'm trying to turn off the noise canceling because it gives me a headache.
Just to repeat what CENTCOM initially reported, on January the 15th at approximately 4 p.m., Iranian-backed Houthi militants fired an anti-ship ballistic missile from Houthi-controlled areas of Yemen and struck the Gibraltar Eagle, a Marshall Islands-flagged U.S.-owned and operated container ship. Now, it also says that earlier in the day, there was an attempted missile attack on a U.S. destroyer in the Red Sea. The missile was shot down by a...
Is it just me, or is this guy's glasses like really grimy? Like, or is it just his eyes that are blurry?
U.S. fighter aircraft. So a series of events happening in the Red Sea in the course of the day. And this is particularly important given the fact that the U.S. and UK aircraft struck at more than 60 targets in the areas controlled by the Houthis in the past few days. Now, U.S. officials have said that they estimate that the Houthi still retain some 3/4 of their ability to launch missiles or launch drones. So obviously the events of the morning have borne this out, that despite these airstrikes, the attacks on shipping in the Red Sea continues despite warnings from the...
Hold on. Did Benny D-trans? All right. Don't start misgendering people in my chat, because it kind of a shitty thing to do. And then also it makes me look bad. All right.
U.S. that they will respond if it does so.
Mike, help us understand something. Bad pun, but help us navigate this issue. Again, sorry, bad pun. How is the U.S. balancing interests between not escalating hostilities in the region? They say they do not want...
We are escalating. We are escalating. We're just doing it. We're just escalating better and harder than the Houthis ever could hope to. I don't know. But you're saying he. I don't know if Benny detrans, because there's been a lot of people who have like transitioned from like binary trans to like yeah, I don't know.
An escalation, and they do not want a wider war in the Middle East. And then at the same time, they want to protect this waterway and therefore neutralize the Houthis' ability to attack these ships.
It's a very complex situation, one that the U.S.
Gotcha.
is struggling to navigate, as you put it. But yes, one of the U.S.'s greatest concerns is the escalation of the violence that has been continuing in Gaza and the occupied West Bank. Now, the Houthis carrying out these attacks are linking it to what is happening in Gaza. The U.S. is attempting to distance itself from that, portraying this as basic acts of piracy on shipping in the Red Sea. Now, the U.S. says it does not want a widening of the conflict. However, at the same time, as you mentioned, it does want free traffic passing through the Red Sea, where a huge amount of container traffic passes, including vital energy resources for the U.S. and indeed other countries across the globe. But at the same time, it's got to retaliate, it appears to believe. So it is walking this very fine tightrope in terms of not allowing the conflict to widen, and at the same time, not to be seen to be waving a stick and then not actually punishing anybody for the ongoing attacks on shipping in the Red Sea. So you do have a very complex situation here. And one must remember, too, that they're carrying out these attacks along with the UK on Houthi targets, it is said. But at the same time, one must remember that the Houthis have been involved in a war for several years, and Saudi-backed forces have not been able to stop their operations. So very unlikely that US and UK action would succeed where several years of war has failed.
Mike Hanna reporting from Washington, D.C. Thank you very much. Just moments ago, UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak addressed Parliament over his country's participation in strikes against Houthi targets in Yemen. He denied that the armed groups had any relation with the ongoing war on Gaza.
Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't fall for their malign narrative that this is about Israel and Gaza. They target
Co-parter Black Mask. You're only mad that there are trans women out there because you'll never, ever, ever. Never mind. I'm not going to make the joke. I'm not going to make that joke. That would be mean. I'm not going to make that joke.
ships from around the world. We continue to work towards a sustainable ceasefire in Gaza and to get more aid to civilians. We also continue to support a negotiated settlement in Yemen's civil war. But I want to be very clear that this action is completely unrelated to those issues. It is a direct response to the Houthis' attacks on international shipping.
All right, Harry Fawcett joins us live from London. Harry, bring us up to speed on the UK's role in all of this. It seems a little bit like a two-man team. I know there's a wider coalition, but it seems a little bit at the moment, especially the last few days, like a two-man team between the US and the UK to, in their words, protect the Red Sea.
Yes, when this strikes happened UK time Thursday night, overnight into Friday, there was talk of this being a multi-nation effort. They talked about support coming from Canada, Australia and others, and as it being part of the wider 20-nation coalition, Operation Prosperity Guardian, as it's been christened by the US military. But yes, when it came to the strikes, essentially they were US strikes with a relatively small amount of UK support for Typhoon aircraft flying out of the RAF airbase in Cyprus. Rishi Sunak telling Parliament that the 13 targets that were struck were successfully destroyed, and that there were no known civilian casualties, that there was care that these were military targets. And so essentially there were three things he was saying. The first being what you just heard, that this was a response to a threat against US interests and against global trade. He said it was self-defense and unrelated to the war in Gaza, saying that people shouldn't fall for the malign, as he called it, Houthi narrative. He was also saying that this was not escalatory, this was limited and proportional, an act of self-defense. And he also was responding to any queries that people might have had about the fact that this was taken, this action without a debate, let alone a vote in Parliament ahead of time, saying that because of the operational security, of the imminence of the threat, that he had to take the decision as in the hours before it happened on Thursday, but that he briefed the Speaker of the House of Commons, the Leader of the House, and the Leader of the Opposition as well. And so he took the necessary measures, he's saying, to inform everybody that needed to be informed. And it must be said, the main opposition Labour Party is supportive of the action as well.
Okay, Harry Fawcett reporting outside the Houses of Parliament in London on those latest statements by the British Prime Minister. Thank you very much. I want to take that studio now to Rasul Serdar, who's joined us. You've reported on this region, in this region before. It's interesting, we have two completely different narratives at play here. From the first day that they started attacking ships in the Red Sea, the Houthis in Yemen said, we are doing this in support of Palestinians in Gaza and against Israel's war. And we hear the British and the Americans saying, don't believe that, it's got nothing to do with that, we're just in it to protect ships, to protect freedom of navigation. Two competing narratives.
Indeed, Houthis definitely will not agree with what the British Prime Minister has just said. So from the first day on, when they started attacking some ships, they made it quite clear that their aim is not to block this maritime passage, but rather to stop the ships that are going to Israel or coming from Israel or owned by Israeli businessmen, just to stop them. And that was the stated purpose. And they said, we do not want to go beyond that. So that's why they were trying to create a de facto situation and set a new rule rule that each of the container ships that is passing through the Red Sea needs to contact them and give them the clarification and the guarantees that they are not having anything to do with Israel. So that is the condition. But on the other hand, some of the people that are familiar with the matter say that actually practically that's going to be quite difficult, because for the container ships, the way that they work, it's not like they just get their loads from a certain location and then take it all the way to a certain market. Actually, they drop the loads gradually in.
I don't even know what does. Link me something that this Rob Rousseau person does, because I just know that he has a Twitter account. I don't know any of his opinions. I don't know anything about him. So if there's something that's like would be fun to go over, then let me know. But I've never watched anything from him. I don't even think I know what he looks like.
Different ports. So it means that these ships that are going to Israel actually are going to several other ports as well. So practically, once you said that you're not going to go to the port of Elliot, for example, you are actually banning the ships to go to the European markets as well.
So if the Houthis they say they're blockading Israel and the Israeli ports, what you're telling us is when you do that, you're also essentially blockading all the other ports.
Indeed. So, but on the other hand, we have seen that narrative is quite important for the UK and for the USA, saying that this has no connection with the war in Gaza, but Houthis have been insisting on that. So that's why many people are now criticizing the US and the UK, saying that if you really want the freedom of the navigation across the Red Sea, the practical way that you can solve that problem is actually to put an end to the war that's going on in Gaza, put pressure on Israel to stop its war, because during the ceasefire, 1 week ceasefire, Houthis stopped their attacks on the ships. So that will be much more effectively instead of striking Houthi targets in Yemen, because so far we have seen that USA was in a defensive position attacking the Houthis in the Red Sea, but then they took it to the next level and started to attack the Houthi targets within Yemen, which is now almost becoming a regional war. And Houthis are now saying that if that continues, they are going to turn the Red Sea into a burning arena, which probably they are quite serious, because as of now we see that the UK and the US airstrikes have not been able to deter Houthis. So here, I'm not expecting that Houthis are going to retaliate big time or dramatically. However, the psychological environment that they have created is having a huge impact on the global maritime trade. So as of now, this is what Americans are accepting and saying, that at least 40% decrease in the maritime trade across the Red Sea. And that is quite huge. We're talking about billions of dollars, just considering the fact that more than 12% of the global maritime trade is just happening through Bab-el-Mandeb Strait. So I don't see that anytime soon Houthis are going to be deterred. Not expecting any huge dramatic retaliation. However, this harassment is going to be there, and probably US also is going to increase the frequency of its attacks on Houthi target in Yemen.
All right, so incremental escalation, incremental retaliation is what you're expecting. Rasul Sardar, thank you very much.
Okay. Hey, Sean Clementine. Holy fuck, it's been a hot second, dude. How's it going, bud? Rob Rousseau status update. There's a lot of evidence that ties ISIS to both Israeli and U.S. intelligence networks. It's funny how ISIS was never attacked Israel before. I wonder why that is. Haven't they literally attacked Israeli soldiers in the Golan Heights multiple fucking times? Dude, I'm gonna have to like do something. My fucking hands are fucking frozen, dude. Holy fucking shit. God damn, it's fucking cold in here. Not strikes. Well, I'm sorry. Oh, you're saying that's why I should put it into Google. Gotcha. In 2022, ISIS claims a March 27th attack in Hadera, Israel, by releasing this video. Huh. It's almost like ISIS literally has attacked Israel before, you fucking retard. Literally one Google search away, dude. One Google search away. Was it Sam, one of the people saying, no, we can't talk about trans women in sports, it's optically bad and transphobic? Who? Wait, who are you talking about? Okay, let's see what other things we have on our. Yeah, Sean, you're meeting the this is the 15-year-old Jewish extremist that we can't quite get rid of. Oh wait, isn't the Iowa caucus tonight? Or is that tomorrow? Iowa caucus. Yeah, it's tonight. Holy shit, bro. Who the fuck? Ryan Binkley? Oh, I'm sorry. 16 years old. I always forget. It makes a huge difference. Voting is going to be messed up. Well, what it means is because it's frozen up there, like what is let's see, Iowa weather. Let's see. 0 degree Fahrenheit. Yeah, it's pretty bad. What it means is that only the people who are the most
who's national political
excited to go out and vote for their person is going to go out and vote. So that means that it's probably going to be Trump in a landslide because nobody is excited to vote. I can't remember what it was last night, but I think like 9% of Nikki Haley's voters said that they were extremely enthusiastic to go out and vote for Nikki Haley. Compared to Trump's 49%. So if you don't have people who are excited to go out and vote for you, and it's voting day, and it's fucking 0 degrees Fahrenheit and like snowing like a motherfucker outside, you're going to expect to see only the most devoted fans to go out.
correspondent Steve Kornacki. He's at the Big Word. Steve, talk about the numbers. What are you seeing?
Yeah,
I might have to get a blanket here in a minute, guys.
You're seeing too. I mean, obviously, this overall is where our final. Let me go back to that. Sorry, where our final NBC News Des Moines Register poll.
Oh no,
lands.
the smart board.
And again, Trump here. Two things of note here. Obviously, he's way ahead, 48%. The Des Moines Register has been doing this final pre-caucus weekend poll now for decades. On the Republican side, this is the highest vote share somebody has come into the caucuses with off a final Des Moines Register poll, 48% for Trump. The previous record was George W. Bush, 2000, 43% in the final poll. He did win the caucuses. This margin Trump has over Nikki Haley, 28 points.
You know what's really fucking depressing, though? If we go to Rob Noor. This man, hold on, let's just. Not what I'm looking for. Okay, I'm not going to find it here. Let's see here. Scroll down. Wait, hold on. Is there one that I can just see what he posts? No. Because he posted this like 2 or 3 days ago. But this man is addicted to Twitter. He basically said that he's not super enamored with Trump. It's just not someone that he really thinks about supporting right now. It's just that he doesn't think that he's being attacked legitimately, right, that his top man that he's supporting is Vivek Ramaswamy, followed by DeSantis, and then in a distant third, Donald Trump. Jesus Christ, this guy tweets so fucking much, dude. Let's try Rob Nor. Yeah, I'll still support Trump in a general, and he will most likely win the primary easily. But at this point, he is a distant third for me in who I want. Vivek is my top choice, followed by DeSantis. It is so fucking insane that someone who I think he's a smart person, but he's so brain-addled by conspiracism that he would choose the most conspiracy-driven fucking person in the entire fucking country that has a public platform and is running for office. The most conspiracy-minded fucking person in the entire fucking country, followed by the, like, most robotic evil person in the fucking country.
Also the most in a final register pre-GOP caucus poll. Previous record, Bush 2000, he won. So the suspense there really seems more between Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis for second place, and Haley has jumped over DeSantis to get a 4-point lead for second, though there are some, we'll get to it here, there are some cautionary notes for her. But first, let's just look at where Trump's lead comes from. Evangelicals. 2 in 2016, 2 out of every 3 caucus votes in Iowa were from evangelical Christians. Remember, Trump lost the state in 2016 to Ted Cruz. Why did he lose Iowa in 2016?
Because he's an immoral, fucking morally bankrupt man who fucks porn stars and then pays them hush money, okay? Who fucks porn stars and then pays them hush money, who talks about grabbing women by the pussy, who is just says the most fucking obnoxiously fucking weirdly racist shit. Yeah, evangelicals probably don't go immediately for that.
To Ted Cruz, he lost evangelical.
But that just shows you that, like, not only, well, let's be clear, they're evangelicals. They don't have a firm grip on their fucking, on their, what do you call it, their faith, okay? Because if they were actual, Orthodox Christians who cared about what happens in the Bible, then they wouldn't get tattoos or eat shrimp or, any of these things that, actually like hyper-Orthodox Christians and hyper-Orthodox Jews don't do because they don't want to offend God. But these people don't care about that. They get married fucking 14 times, have kids with like fucking 10 different people because they're just a bunch of, I shouldn't talk bad about people that I also have in my family, because there are people in my family who are evangelical Christians. It's just like they have this idea. Every person has their own individualized idea of what it means to be a Christian, and then they apply that to everybody else, right? And then they'll listen to what their pastor says for the most part, unless they say something nice about gay or trans people, and then they'll go out and they'll vote for Donald fucking Trump. He said that his favorite book was his own book, and that it was written better than the Bible.
Trump did by 12 points, double digits to Ted Cruz. Now, what a difference 8 year.
Those are Old Testament laws, so Gentile Christians aren't obligated against tattoos or pork or shrimp. Okay, well, I guess they can't hate gay people either, because that happened in fucking what? Not Deuteronomy. What is it? The one with all the rules. What's the Old Testament book with all the rules in it? Anyone? No?
8 years makes Trump with an outright majority in our poll, 51% of evangelicals. Ron DeSantis, of course.
Oh, so that law was Old Testament law, but because it was against homosexuality. That one does apply to Gentiles.
Has run hard after the evangelical vote, got a lot of endorsements, and yet he finds himself in our poll nearly 30 points behind Trump among evangelicals. If DeSantis is going to have a surprisingly good night, that number is going to have to be a lot higher for him, and it's going to have to come down for Donald Trump. You see Haley in second place. Why has she managed to surpass DeSantis in the poll? This is the group that's powering her, independent voters. They make
Leviticus. That's the one. Leviticus.
Up about 20% of the GOP caucus electorate. She's not leading, but she's within 4 points of Trump here. But independents, a big part of Nikki Haley's appeal here. The problem Haley has, though, is look at this. Popularity with Iowa Republicans. Trump obviously extremely popular. Look at the Haley number. This is a big shift for Nikki Haley. She was at, the last time we checked this, she was at nearly 60% favorable.
This is so depressing because, like, another post that Rob put out was that, oh no, they're attacking, they don't elect Nikki Haley, we'll lose against him. That's what all the Democrats are saying. Yeah, why would we listen to the Democrats? Like, that is actually legitimate. I think that Nikki Haley in the general probably has a much better chance against Joe Biden than fucking DeSantis, Trump, or especially fucking Vivek Ramaswamy. All right, why? Because none of these guys really appeal that hard to independents. People who are actually in the center. Not like a centrist like you will find on the internet, but like an actual centrist who is like not really on board with the Trump train. Probably doesn't really care about Elon Musk or fucking Joe Rogan. You know, an actual centrist. These guys don't appeal to them. Nikki Haley does. Nikki Haley actually, I think, has a chance to beat Joe Biden. These guys do have a chance to beat Joe Biden, but just a very, very, like, much lower chance, in my opinion.
And only about 30% unfavorable. So her numbers have dramatically in the last month moved in the wrong direction. A lot of negative advertising out there. I'm sure that's played a role. The other thing is, Haley, we talk about that support she has from independents, a little bit from Democrats. A question with Haley is, and here's another one, 77% of Haley's supporters in Iowa say they've got a negative view of Donald Trump. So she really is kind of coalescing the independent, to the extent there is some Democratic and anti-Trump forces.
And also, think about that. Feelings toward Donald Trump. This is 20% of the people in Iowa, right? Or 20% of the Republican voters in Iowa. If a huge segment of them really don't like Donald Trump, they'll probably either abstain from voting or vote for Joe Biden in the general. That's something you also, because like these are really high numbers among Republican voters. But the margins in every state are pretty slim. They're pretty slim in terms of like the percentages, right? We're not having very many states that are being won by double digits. You might see places like maybe like Arkansas, Mississippi for the Republicans, and you might see New York and California for the Democrats. But if you have these places where it's like 3 to 9% on like the extreme end, like it would be pretty amazing if they flipped to 9%, right? But like 3%, if there is a huge segment of Republicans that just like really fucking hate Donald Trump right now, and they wanted Nikki Haley or they wanted DeSantis, and then they don't get them, they're either not going to vote or they're going to go towards Joe Biden. Infrared is exposing bad empanada. Oh shit! Link it to me in the Discord because you're on YouTube. You can't link anything to me.
And what have we seen in Republican politics? We've seen it in this race. Chris Christie, Mike Pence, candidates who get identified with anti-Trump forces, with anti-Trump voters. pro-Trump Republican voters tend to turn on them. So seeing that big spike in Nikki Haley's unfavorable, I wonder if that has something to do with it, the fact that she's getting that kind of support from voters who don't like Donald Trump. And then there's that big X factor tonight, obviously, record low temperatures, wind chills. Will it bring down turnout? Will it cause any kind of a surprise here? A lot of ways we could think about this, but maybe this will give us some insight. We ask in the poll, are you extremely or very, highest level, extremely or very excited about the candidate you're supporting? Look at this, 88%, nearly 9 out of 10 Trump supporters put themselves in that category, 62% for DeSantis. On the Haley side, it's just 39%. So if there's a correlation, we'll see tonight, but if there's a correlation between willingness to brave these frigid temperatures and being excited about the candidate you're going out to caucus for, this is where Haley's second place lead over DeSantis could be tenuous, because are some of her supporters just going to say, I would, but way too cold out there? Are the DeSantis supporters much more committed? Could that give him a shot at getting into second place over Haley?
So 2024 officially beginning tonight. Voters will be voting and we'll be watching.
Man, if DeSantis comes out on top because of the weather, that's going to be such a fucking like, it'll be really good for DeSantis. And like, honestly, if I had to choose like right now, like my order of like who I would want to see Joe Biden actually run against for the best possible odds of winning, it would probably be first DeSantis. That would be fucking hilarious. Number one, DeSantis, because Robot Ron up there would be fucking hilarious. Okay. Number 2, Vivek. Number 3, Trump. And then number 4, Haley. I do not want Haley to win, only because I think that Joe Biden could easily lose to her. But when it comes to like the other 3, I think that Vivek and DeSantis are fucking insane, and they would be proven to be insane in front of everyone. Oh my gosh, wait, hold on. Is his... one second. We'll go over that in a second, okay? Wait, where'd it go? Do you guys mind? I am actually shivering on stream right now. I'm going to go grab a heating pad. I'm fucking so goddamn cold. Holy fuck. I'll be right back. Here, listen to this. You guys can have a little bit of anime to watch. Okay. Let me just plug this bad boy in. Wait, Bad Empanada has... Looks like Bad Empanada has 3 criminal complaints for pedophilia, harassment, and grooming, and has a warrant. Stop looking at them, Black Mask. Okay, let me just fix my hair real quick. Okay, hold on. Exposed. Bad Empanada's real name. 1 second. He's an Australian citizen living in Buenos Aires who has repeatedly tried to incite his followers to lone wolf terror attacks and assassinations, including killing President Biden and American politicians. He openly supports Hamas and advocates terror attacks on Israeli civilians, calling them a complicit population that is a valid target. Please, please, please tell me there are consequences for the USA. The people of the world demand justice in any form. Jesus. There's an active genocide going on, which is receiving crucial backing from U.S. government officials like President Joe Biden. If you're an American, these people are within your reach. Coincidentally, the U.S. is one of the easiest countries in the world to buy a gun in. Jesus. 90% of Israelis support the massacre of Palestinian civilians. This is a complicit population that is a valid target. Wait, what does DNI 62 million mean? Why don't they have it in English? Fuck. He has a warrant? Is that what this says? Yeah, it's pictures, otherwise I would.
Anyway, the last thing I want to talk about for the end of the stream, and I'm probably gonna make this a different video, is Bad
Let's watch
Empanada
this.
has admitted openly, right? And you can go see this for yourself, but he's admitted openly that look, he's either a pedophile or he is engaging in behavior that only a pedophile could. He's collecting photos of shirtless 16-year-old boys and commenting on their level of attractiveness.
He did this specifically about some photo. I don't even know where that's from. It's probably from the Discord, you know, when I was showing my high school photos and shit from the old one. But yeah, it is actually. It is. He maybe you could say like he posted on Twitter basically like saying, "Oh, this is the guy calling everyone else unattractive, right?" And, you know, I confronted him and I said, and it's me shirtless, okay? So you can see, let me get it, right? It's me shirtless, okay? So, just look. So he was confronted with the fact that I'm a minor in this photo, right? So you can't say he didn't know. And by the way, I look like a minor in this photo. You can't see it. I look like a minor, right? And yeah, you can see, like, I'm shirtless here, right? But I go, this is a photo of a minor. By sexualizing it, you've turned it into child pornography, right? So he saw the message that's showing it's a minor. And then I tell him again, this is a photo of a shirtless 16-year-old boy. I'm 16 in that photo, okay? I am 16 in that photo in high school, all right? He said, Haas, why are you taking shirtless pictures when you're 16 in high school? I don't know, right?
Okay, we're speeding this up. I don't care about this part.
I never took much selfies in high school, but like, no, yeah, all my selfies are kind of weird in high school. Like, I look kind of ugly, to be honest. But not
poor Haas.
But who comments on the level of attractiveness of a child who's 16 years old, right? Like, yeah, I have a mean expression.
Poor fucking dude.
But yeah, I was a 16-year-old boy.
He has no self-confidence.
And I'm shirtless, and he's commenting on its level of attractiveness, you know? But so you could say he didn't know I was 16, but he does know now. Again, he doubled down. So I said, okay, are you going to address knowingly sexualizing a photo of a shirtless 16-year-old boy? And so to be clear, you are knowingly sexualizing photos of shirtless 16-year-old boys, right? People deserve to know you're a predator, George. I want to make sure they do. Look what he says. People are going to laugh at your gibberish as they always have, actually. So what he's saying is that, yeah, he can share child pornography and he can sexualize shirtless 16-year-old boys. That's fine because no one's going to listen to crazy Haas because everything Haas says is gibberish. So he can literally be a pedophile, and that's fine because no one's going to listen to anything I say anyway. And he's literally openly saying that it's not because of truth. It's because your level of credibility among left Twitter isn't high, so I can get away with being a literal pedophile, right? And again, why is he sharing photos of me as a shirtless 16-year-old boy? You say, Haas, why did you share that in your Discord in the first place? Well, I wasn't doing it sexually, right? There was no sexual context to it. I think I was pointing out, people were asking, like, Haas, I don't know, I was sharing photos of me in high school. What was the content? I think it was like...
I don't care. Skip.
Picture of me, it's a shirtless picture.
Skip.
But yeah, it's really a 16-year-old boy, and it's a minor, and you don't retract it. He is a creep. And look, I'm not going to do the physiognomy thing. But you have to admit, he kind of looks the part.
He doesn't even say physiognomy, right? LOL.
I'll let you decide. I mean, does this look like someone who creeps on children? Because I think it does. Does this look like a guy who doesn't mind having illicit, sexualized photos of children on their phone and computer? I think it does. I think this is a guy who, like, 1000%. If I like put,
give me the real shit,
text,
bro.
pedo
Come on.
over this, everyone would believe it, right? And I'm gonna make sure, you know, as far as like my continued growth is concerned, I'm always gonna bring this up. I want awareness to be raised that this is a fucking predator. This is in all likelihood a pedophile. They have a very callous disregard for, you know, for the basic norms regulating conduct between adults and minors.
Jesus.
At least in terms of sexualizing images of them, right? So yeah, I mean, look, if this guy was like some random like neo-Nazi with an anime profile picture, those guys admit they're pedos, right? But this is a leftist. You know how leftists are like actually, the one thing leftists are based on is, not all of them, but some of them, or at least half of them, maybe, the non-Vosh ones, they're based on this pedo shit. They're against pedos. They're, you know, they have zero tolerance for anything related to minors. That's what I appreciate about this. One of the only things I like about them, right? And he's welcomed in that community, right? So awareness needs to be raised that this guy's a fucking pedo. He's a fucking pedophile, okay? If not by most standards, then at least by the standards of the community he belongs to, he is a pedophile, 1000%. And at the very bare minimum, he's a fucking creep who's flirting with pedophilia, in which case he should be treated the exact same way, if not worse, than how Vosh is. Because Vosh has said questionable things, but what he's never done, as far as I know, is literally sexualize photos of actual minors. Vosh has never done that as far as I'm aware. He has, okay? So if you look at this face, I want you to remember that this is a pedophile. This is the face, somewhat pedo. spread.
Is there really anything else? Like,
But to
where
see-
is there a video that goes over like the actual allegations and not like the fucking Discord drama between two fucking retards fighting? Because that's all that I just heard. I just heard, hey, I'm a retard and I was fighting with this other retard. That's what I heard. Is there anything else? Because like it's not inconsequential to. Do I have anyone that speaks Spanish? Let me see if I can send this. Can you translate this? Apparently my tweet is going to be community noted after going viral. I was only doing a 20 minutes quick search on X and Google. It was based on the opinion of others. It would be interesting to check for criminal records in Australia. Don't know how to do that. Right now he's whipping out his laptop. Never a good sign. Someone's being trolled by that. There's a warrant out for my arrest for some shit I didn't even do. I've been spending these past few hours talking to a lawyer. Things likely will not go well. Going to be wiping my drive just in case I have shit left over from when I was an edgy teen. The situation feels unreal. Jesus. Shit left over from when I was an edgy teen. Well, I want to see what... You can type, well, here. It was a link in chat. Also, he's saying he didn't know there was a warrant out for his arrest. No way, there was no contact with the police on these allegations before such a warrant was issued, but he seems to be saying he's only just heard about this in talk with lawyers right now. All right, it's talking about it. No other people with the same last name have been identified in the AFIP register. That's what this says at the bottom. No one else has the same last name that has been registered with whatever this is. Okay, well, if anything else comes out about it, then...
Before we get started, thank you, everyone. Governor DeSantis, I want to present to you this participation trophy. Now, it's probably not going to win the election, right? But we're proud of you for trying. There you go. No, but, I mean, sorry, buddy. He's special, he's unique, and he's our little snowflake. Thank you. Here you go. Do you want the award? Before we get started, thank you, everyone. Governor DeSantis.
Dude, this is so fucking brutal, dude. Do they put pedos in registry before they're arrested? Well, if there's a warrant for his arrest, maybe they do. I don't know how things work in fucking Argentina, okay? Would you have ever teared into a bear on Twitter? What the fuck does that mean? Argentina's tax system? Okay, where are people getting this idea that he's a pedophile? I mean, look at him, fair. Okay. I thought that was going to be way funnier than it was. Never mind. We don't need that. Let's finish this video.
Track it
How's it
for
going,
us.
Econo boy?
Steve, as the results come in tonight, it's obviously it's a caucus, so it's different than a primary. Where are some certain areas you might be looking for, some telltale regions you could give us some clues as to which way the night might be heading, and what might be showing us if the bad weather is playing a role?
Yeah, so a good reference point, 2016. This is the last Republican caucus in Iowa. Remember Trump losing, Ted Cruz winning the state. Marco Rubio ran surprisingly well. So a couple of places to give point to here, first of all. For Donald Trump and for Ron DeSantis, there are a lot of counties like this, but I think this is the most significant. It's Sioux County in northwest Iowa. This is a deeply religious county, and you remember in 2016,
trying to set this fucking heating pad up so I'm not fucking freezing.
Some hostility
Jesus
towards
Christ.
Trump among evangelical Christians. I mentioned he lost them statewide to Ted Cruz by double digits in 2016. Look at here. Trump didn't even make the top 3. This was Trump's worst county in 2016 in Iowa. There are 99 counties in Iowa. This, Sioux County, heavily religious, was Trump's worst. He got 11% of the vote here in 2016. Now, how much has that changed in 8 years? Is it enough for Donald Trump to be winning Sioux County tonight? Is it enough for him to be winning it in a landslide? If he's doing that, he is winning this state in an absolute landslide. If DeSantis is going to have any chance at any kind of a surprise tonight, this is the kind of county where he's got to perform very strong. Again, he's gone so hard after evangelical voters. You got Bob Vanderplas, the leader of evangelicals in the state, to endorse him. This would be the kind of county it would have to show for DeSantis. So that's an interesting one to look at. The other interesting places, they're the ones that are
Yeah, I don't see anything saying that Bad Empanada is a pedophile. I would love to do a rape review on Mr. Bad Empanada himself, but seems like there's nothing out there yet that's saying that, so. You've never seen... No, I don't know what you're talking about, Black Mask. It's funny, we all have to pretend literally anyone has a chance at this primary besides Trump. Well, this is what the... And I know that you know this too. It is Trump's thing to lose. He's not going to lose it. But what about all those legal cases? What about who, like, if he goes to prison, is the RNC going to put him in the general election? Right? Are they going to... would win the primary from prison, but would the RNC actually... put him on the ballot for the general from prison, and they're also trying to get vice president or some sort of important role in the administration. Duh.
Sort of in
you know
pink
this.
colored here.
You're smart.
These are the counties that went for Marco Rubio. There are not many of them. There's 5, but these are high population counties.
The RNC would have to? Oh, do they have actual rules where, like, even if someone, like, they have to go for whoever got the most votes? Because it's not like that in the DNC. DNC has different rules, dude.
Polk County, where Des Moines is, that's about 16, 17% of all the vote in Iowa is going to come out of that one county. You got Dallas County just to the west of it here, big suburban county outside Des Moines. Again, Rubio winning it, Trump lagging, Trump not doing well in 2016 with those voters, suburbanites, higher income, college degrees, that sort of thing. Trump not doing well there, Rubio doing well there. Rubio's coalition in 2016 in a lot of ways resembles Nikki Haley's right now. As we said, college degrees, higher income, more independent. Rubio was able to take that and win these 5 counties and come close statewide. How is Nikki Haley doing in Dallas County here? Is she winning it? How is she doing in Polk County? How is she doing in Story County? That's where Ames is, Iowa State University. How about Johnson County? This is the most Democratic county in the state. It's where the University of Iowa is. But again, Trump didn't do well here. This was a gold mine, if you will, for Marco Rubio in 2016. These are the kinds of places Haley needs to be running well tonight. That could get her in contention for second. The problem that Rubio had in 16, also the polling is suggesting, is a problem for Nikki Haley. When you get outside of places with demographics like that, when you get to small, rural areas where you don't have a lot of college degrees, where you have lower incomes, she's been struggling, it seems, in the polls. And boy, that is what cost Marco Rubio a chance to win the caucuses in 2016. Take a look at places like, let's go down to near the Missouri border here. I mean, look at this. Marco Rubio didn't even register here in 2016. Look who came in third. It was Ben Carson.
Didn't even
All of these
register.
counties, these small, rural counties. There's a lot of them in southern Iowa, but also elsewhere in the state.
Damn, can you imagine living in a county where, like, only, 380 people, around that many people vote? Bro. An entire fucking county, there's like 380 people? Jesus Christ. Suicide fuel just thinking about it, dude.
video got buried there in 16. So if Haley's going to have a surprisingly good night, she's got to show it in those urban and suburban counties, but she really would then need to show signs of strength in places like southern Iowa here. That would definitely get her in a second, and that would make headlines because it would show she's expanding on the base we're seeing in polls.
Yeah, and I will tell you what, it is, boy, those maps show it so clearly. And of course, Steve, when you go to the general election, it's even more dramatic. Those Trump MAGA supporters are in rural America. I mean, it is bright red there. So it'll be fascinating to see. NBC Steve Kornacki, as always, thank you so much.
Okay, let's look at what this is. Jesus Christ. You think it's cold up north there? I have a heating pad on both of my feet right now because I'm fucking freezing to death. You know, you think that heat rises, and I'm at the highest point in our house, and it is still cold, guys, by the way. Yes, Nair, we already looked at it. It's very funny. We thought it was very funny.
Trophy. Now, it's probably not going to win the election, right?
You have to have some balls walking up to a presidential candidate and fucking handing them a participation trophy. Jesus Christ. Yeah, exactly what Sieg said. You got to have balls to do this.
But we're proud of you for trying. There you go. I mean,
sorry, buddy.
He's special. He's unique.
Relative to the temperature it was 2 days ago, yes. Okay. Relative to the temperature it was, you know, it was like near 80 just a couple of days ago here in Houston, and now we're in like below freezing. Yeah. All right.
And he's our little snowflake. Thank you. Here you go. Do you want the award? Before we get started, thank you, everyone. Governor DeSantis, I want to present.
Very good stuff. Very good stuff. Okay. Should we watch this? It is very cold. It is not a little cold. It is a lot of cold.
Of black folk who have stood up and spoken out against the occupation of Palestine and spoken for the liberation and self-determination of the Palestinian people. I'm Mark Lamont Hill, and this is a word about why black Americans should support Palestinian liberation.
All right, let's go.
I first became interested in the Middle East when I became interested in Malcolm X. I read Malcolm's story, and when I saw that Malcolm
Okay. I don't have to comment on that.
I became interested in Malcolm X. I read Malcolm's story, and when I saw that Malcolm in 1959 and again in 1964 had made these trips to Africa and also to the Middle East, I became interested in what Malcolm was interested in, which was thinking.
Comments? Literally anyone that has an opinion like that has their entire worldview changed by Malcolm X in their eyes in a positive way, like is instantly suspect to me. That is the take. I do not trust anyone that's going to sit there and say Malcolm X is a good dude or had good takes on things when Malcolm X himself, like in his final days, he died knowing that he was a loser and that he was counterproductive to the fight for civil rights for black people in the United States. He died knowing that he was a counterproductive force. So if even the person that you're sitting there sucking the dick of recognizes that they were not helpful to black people, but were in fact hurtful to black people, probably shouldn't put too much stock in their previous writings, right? Anyways, do you play Disco Elysium? I bet you played it. I never played it, but it sounds like a game that I would like, but story-driven games, I just never have time to play them anymore.
About black freedom on a global scale. I then went back to graduate school after my PhD to pursue another degree in Middle East studies. I wanted to know what it meant to be black in Jordan or Iran or Egypt or Palestine. Since the end of the 19th century, there has been a growing battle over the area that is now known as Israel and Palestine. Waves of Jewish immigration into the region, combined with tensions over land, over employment, over law, over what the state would look like, have gotten more and more and more intense over this period of time. Over decades, we saw greater and greater emphasis on pushing Palestinians off of the land, taking away land rights, taking away employment opportunities, and you saw resistance, you saw struggle, you saw battles, and at the same time, you also have increased anti-Semitism, you have increased pressure around the globe, which is compounded once you get to the 1930s and 1940s, because you now have this thing called World War II. Of course, you have the Holocaust. You have all these things that are legitimizing a very real need to find a safe haven for Jewish people. The question was, how do we provide a safe haven for Jewish people and still honor the fact that there are indigenous Palestinians on this land who have a right to be here? And so for that reason, we see a struggle over the region and over that particular slice of land that continues until today. To call it a settler colonial project is not to deny the legitimacy of Judaism or of Jewish people in the region. Settler colonialism is not just controlling the territory and the land, but it's actually moving onto that land and replacing the indigenous people of the land. Israeli settler colonialism is more complicated than other places. There is a long-standing and legitimate Jewish presence in Israel and in historic Palestine. And what we've seen since 1882, which is the beginning of the first major immigration, is not just a wave of people coming in, but a very organized and systematic attempt to push Palestinians out. I don't like to make apples to apples comparisons between what Palestinians are going through and what black people are going through. I don't want people to feel like the struggles have to be the same to be worth the investment in them. That said, there's a long tradition of black folk who have stood up and spoken out against the occupation of Palestine and spoken for the liberation and self-determination of the Palestinian people. Huey P. Newton and the Black Panthers believed in the struggle of the Palestinian people and showed solidarity. So you got from Malcolm, SNCC, the Panthers, Angela Davis, June Jordan. A black person standing with Palestine ain't new. There are people in the United States who say, look, black folk are catching enough hell here. We should put our 100% attention on that. And I ain't mad at people that say that. I don't agree, but I understand the impulse to say, look, cops are shooting us, the economy is collapsing, schools are broken. How can I think about someone in Palestine? We should care about the Palestinian freedom struggle, first because they're human beings. And as African people, we don't have the luxury of choosing who we're going to be allied with. We have to side with all principled, humanistic freedom struggles. I don't care where they are. We can't get free unless everybody's free. That's not just some lefty cliche. That's a fact.
I'm sorry, say that again?
We should care about Panthers, Angela Davis, June Jordan. A black person standing with Palestine ain't new. There are people in the United States who say, look, black folk are catching enough hell here. We should put our 100% attention on that. And I ain't mad at people that say that. I don't agree, but I understand the impulse to say, look, cops are shooting us, the economy is collapsing, schools are broken. How can I think about someone in Palestine? We should care about the Palestinian freedom struggle, first because they're human beings. And as African people, we don't have the luxury of choosing who we're going to be allied with. We have to side with all principled, humanistic freedom struggles. I don't care where they are.
But unless you're okay with allying with people whose principles are killing as many Jews as possible, I guess, like, if that's what the point is that what the point that he wants to make here is? We should ally ourselves with all principled, humanistic, whatever the fuck? Like, you're not allying yourself with principled anything here. What you're doing is you're allying with some group. Like, you can be pro-Palestinian. Like, I'm still pro-Palestinian. I know a lot of people aren't going to fucking believe that because, memes. But, like, I'm pretty fairly pro-Palestinian, believe it or not. I really am. It's just that I'm not so pro-Palestinian that I'm going to be pro-Hamas.
We can't get free unless everybody's free. That's not just some lefty cliche. That's a fact. The networks of power, the structures of power that oppress people in one country are connected to the structures that oppress people in this country. So for black folk to get free, everybody needs to be free.
We have an opportunity to not just offer solidarity in words, but to commit to political action, grassroots action, local action, and international action that will give us what justice requires. And that is a free Palestine from the river to the sea. When I said free Palestine from the river to the sea, I was making a call for justice for Palestinian people who live inside the state of Israel, for those Palestinian people who are in the West Bank, and for those who are in Gaza. There are different forms of oppression and violence and occupation happening in each of those areas. And I was saying, I don't want to just talk about one of those areas. I want to talk about all those areas. And my ultimate vision is a single democratic state, one person, one vote, secular, for everybody. No Jews should be pushed out. No Jews should be harmed. No Palestinians should be pushed out. No Palestinians should be harmed. For me, this is the vision. That means that the land should be free from the river to the sea. That was the argument. Some people said, oh, but Hamas says from the river to the sea. And if Hamas says it, then you must be supporting Hamas and you must be supporting a project of eliminating Jews from the area. Let me be very clear. At no point was I calling for harm to Jewish people, violence against Jewish people, for pushing Jewish people out of the land. None of that is what I'm calling for. None of that is what I believe in. We must fight for and protect Jewish brothers and sisters at all costs. Jews have a right to self-determination, to freedom, to justice, to safety, to protection, to dignity. They do.
This is what I wanted.
But so do Palestinians. I'm calling for Palestinian self-determination and freedom. I'm calling for the liberation of Palestinian people. And if Israel were occupied, I'd be calling for the same thing. If Jews were under attack in Israel the way Palestinians are, I'd be calling for that.
What the fuck happened on October 6th? I'm sorry, is this a blank space in this guy's memory? Does he just not remember that, like, there was an actual literal attempt to kill Jews on October 6th? Is that just, like, completely gone? He doesn't remember? I close my eyes?
Same way I do for Jews who are under attack all around the world, in Europe, in the United States, in the Middle East. We have to protect Jewish people, but it can't be the only conversation we have. We have to be able to talk about protecting Jewish people and protecting Palestinian people and protecting vulnerable people around the world. And if we can do that, now we got a real movement.
There we go. Okay. It wasn't the worst video in the world, but it's also like, why would you tie yourself to like Hamas? Oh my God. Chat going wild. Sondsol clearly starting his anti-Semitic arc. What did I say? Yeah, he didn't really say all that much, except for, like, the U.S. is oppressing black people. That's bad. And anyone that is supporting allies of the United States is complicit in, or anyone that allies with the United States is complicit in this as well. Like, I just don't know if there was anything that monumentous said right there besides just like, I don't like people that ally with the United States. I think that black people are giga oppressed in the United States. And yeah, I guess that's it. Like, are we getting iron all the way down? We are getting iron all the way down. Okay. I'm also going to, let me see, is there a spot that I can do it? Yeah, let's go ahead and, uh-oh, do I not have any more of these? Let's see what happens if I were to go like this and then like this. Oh, we don't need to do that. It's coming out perfectly flush. Cool. All right. You said it has some sympathy for... Oh, gotcha. Anything you've accused him of, you're just emotional and doing straw man. But again, like okay, hold on, really quick. You're a smart person, Shodan. Can you, without saying that I'm just emotional and doing a straw man, explain why I get so irritated with people like that? Is there an actual reason, or am I just like cucked to the neoliberal world order, and I just... Not you, CDN? Oh, got you. Like, I'm super sympathetic to the Palestinians. I just don't like people that are sympathetic to the Palestinians and then, like, say stupid shit or, like, inadvertently support Hamas or say that, like, there's nothing that anyone should be allowed to do, right? There's no action that Israel or... There's no action that Israel or the United States could do besides just letting terrorists do what they want to do that would be acceptable. Like that's what is so fucking irritating to me. It doesn't feel like there's any legitimate action that can be taken against actual terrorist groups because they're, you know, allied with people who hate the United States, and all these people hate the United States too. And so therefore anything is justified. That's what it feels like. Yeah. Why? Yeah. I kind of just like gave it away, but why is it that it's so irritating to me? Do you understand why it's irritating to me? That these fucking people basing their opinions off of like some like crazy shit, say crazy shit, and then other people listen to them and believe the same crazy shit. I wouldn't care if it was like accurate, right? But either they're very inaccurate and they're like essentially just kind of acting as, what do you call it? Like useful idiots for people who are actually bad actors, right? Or they're maliciously bad. And I don't know how to find anything that shows anything else. Under fire for anti-Semitism complaints, hires prominent anti-Israel scholar as presidential professor. City University of New York? Is that what that is? Yeah. Fuck. I'm applying there. Fuck my life. City University of New York, a higher education consortium with 25 campuses across the 5 boroughs, has hired prominent academic and anti-Israel commentator Mark Lamont Hill as the City of New York, City University of New York Graduate Center's presidential professor of urban education. What does that mean? City University of North Texas? I've never heard of that. Did I cover anything interesting before this? What do you mean? Yeah, I was talking about that's funny. Yeah, good. All right, let's see here. Let's go to news. She may be getting serious about running against Trump. Nobody's actually. That'll be interesting to listen to.
Overseas now, an urgent search is underway for 2 missing U.S. Navy SEALs. Defense officials say the men disappeared during a boarding mission off the coast of Somalia. The region is now a hotbed of American naval activity. U.S. forces overnight again targeting Houthi rebel facilities in Yemen for the 2nd straight night. The strikes are in response to the Houthis' targeting of commercial ships. ABC's Jay O'Brien from Washington tonight.
Tonight, an urgent search and rescue operation underway for 2 elite U.S. Navy SEALs missing after falling into the water during a nighttime boarding operation, according to 2 U.S. officials. It's unclear what prompted the SEALs to board the vessel, conducting the operation in pitch black on the open ocean on Thursday.
Doing boarding operations in the ocean at night are some of the most dangerous things that you can do. For seasoned operators, they'll tell you it's the most dangerous thing that we do.
The SEALs operating in the Gulf of Aden between Somalia and Yemen, now a hotspot for U.S. naval activity after at least 28 attacks in recent months on commercial ships in the region by Iran-backed Houthi militants. Overnight, the U.S. conducting another retaliatory strike against the militia group. And just this week, a massive U.S.-UK assault targeting the Houthis' operations. A barrage of 150 bombs and Tomahawk cruise missiles hitting at least 60 Houthi targets across more than 24 locations. Satellite images showing areas before and after the strike. Explosions seen destroying Houthi facilities in this video from British forces. The airstrikes in response to an escalating series of attacks on commercial ships by the militants, snarling a vital trade route home to roughly 15% of all global maritime trade. In this video, released by the Houthis late last year, you can see the group storming a commercial ship. Companies now forced to choose between sailing through the dangerous Red Sea or traveling an expensive extra 10 days around Africa. A standard 40-foot shipping container now costing $4,000 to ship from China to Northern Europe, compared to $1,500 in November. Meantime, thousands of protesters in Yemen condemning the U.S. airstrikes, and Houthi leaders promising the attacks on ships will continue in solidarity with Hamas in its war against Israel, as the 100-day mark of that conflict looms.
Jay O'Brien joining us now. And Jay, turning back to those 2 missing Navy SEAls, what more are we learning about what may have gone wrong?
With that former SEAL we spoke with tonight said that these kinds of boarding operations need to be perfectly choreographed and executed without a hitch. SEALs train for this kind of operation constantly, but they are inherently dangerous and they're made even more risky by high waves in that part of the world this time of year. We're also learning late tonight that one of those SEALs dove into the water to rescue the other. Both, of course, now missing. Whit.
All right, Jay, with those late developments tonight, thank you.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
Interesting.
And joining me now is a key Trump ally, Republican Congresswoman Elise Stefanik of New York, who chairs the House Republican Conference, making her the highest-ranking woman in congressional GOP leadership. She is also the youngest woman ever to serve in elected congressional leadership. Congresswoman Stefanik, welcome to Meet the Press.
Great to be with you, Kristen.
Thank you so much for being here. I want to start by talking about 2024, some of what we've heard.
Oh, Elise Stefanik echoes Trump's comments calling January 6 rioters in prison hostages. Full interview. Hey, let me show you guys something that's really funny to me. If they genuinely thought that they were allowed to be in the Capitol, if they genuinely thought that, it is a good thing that they were kept from being in the, it's a good thing. Because it just means that they're not fit to be part of society because they're too fucking retarded. Yeah, I didn't listen to it before I read the comments first. Maybe I was rough in this one. They fucked around and now they found out. Listen, if you didn't do anything bad on January 6th, you're not in jail. You're not fined. They're not jailing you because you're a Trump supporter. If they genuinely thought, they got really mad about these. They got really, really, really mad about my January 6th commentary. I'll show you the comments on that one here in a second. Let me go content, shorts. Uh-oh. What's being attacked? Fuck me. Pause. Scroll down. 70 comments on this one. I haven't even seen 70 comments on this. It's like it's true.
Might have had every expectation.
Like, I'm sorry, but like every bit of information that comes out about J6, just we did hear about the Hasidic Jew tunnels in New York. Wacky stuff. It's like reinforces the narrative that, hey, these guys were being kind of pieces of shit. These guys were kind of, attacking the Capitol. These guys. That's all I said. These guys were kind of being pieces of shit. They were insurrectioning. Yeah, the FBI agents were. Isn't it funny how Democrats say Trump is always focused on the past if they can't stop talking about J6? Hello, bro, is getting ratioed 4-1 because no one believes this crap anymore. J6 was just an improvised tour. Every single Trump rally or anything Trump related would drop massive counter protests, literally every time without fail. That is, except for the largest Trump event in history, not one counter protest group to be found. Interesting. Free these people, bruh. It was a setup. These people are so mad. These people are so upsetty spaghetti. What are these comments like? What a nerd. No, you. That's not what happened, though. They did jail them, even ones repeatedly yelling on camera to be peaceful and not go in. But it's okay if echo chambers are your safe space. Can you give one example of people who were peacefully protesting outside of the Capitol who were arrested? Just one. Guy runs his podcast on Steam Power. Is my that they were allowed to be in the Capitol. If they genuinely thought that, it is a good thing that they were. The Steam from Should I do that? No, I shouldn't do that. Oh, you guys can't even see what I'm saying. The steam from this guy who runs his podcast on Steam Power. The steam from the hot sex I'm doing to your mom. What is EABOD? Eat a bag of dicks. Gotcha. That's what Trump will doing in that Georgia state. Is that how you spell penitentiary? Search. Holy shit, I spelled it right the first shot. Let's go. Smiley face. You know the Constitution legit says to do what they did? Oh, I didn't reply to this one. Tron did. This is what we should do. This is why we should get rid of the seatbelt laws and a couple of other ones to thin out the herd. Based. Actually, they did jail you because you was a Trump supporter. Get your... Yes. Reply. There we go. I heard if you're feeling adventurous, say that Trump should pardon most January 6 prisoners as political prisoners. Under a corrupt DOJ, he also says, wait, I heard if you're feeling adventurous, is that the guy that you listened to and I was able to show you that he was wrong on literally every point that you brought up? Is it that guy? Can you link me this guy's like Twitch so that I can pull a conversation with him? Someone did Bible verse in the comments on the short. Romans 16:17-18. I appeal to you, brothers, to watch out for those who cause divisions and create obstacles contrary to the doctrine that you have been taught. Avoid them, for such persons do not serve our Lord Christ, but their own appetites, and by smooth talk and flattery they deceive the hearts of the naive. Yeah, Black Mask, can you just like link his Twitch to me or like give me some way to talk to this fucking retard? Did he comment on this somewhere? Or on the other one? You're feeling adventurous now? Because if he's trying to contact me, he's doing a really bad job of it because I don't know where. There's no message requests. Okay, let's watch whatever this is. Listen. What's that? This is the one with 70 comments. Oh my God. That's Sondsol. You know what? I'm seeing some repeat names, I think. This Mitchell Burkhead. Didn't he comment on this one? Oh, this is Mitch Young. Never mind. God, they're so fucking mad. But something I've noticed, they've stopped like explicitly defending Donald Trump, and now they're just doing whataboutisms. They're just like, he's not trying to contact you. Well, I would like to contact him. It would be a fun conversation to talk to someone as fucking brain-addled as him to say some stupid shit like we should pardon January 6th prisoners as political prisoners under a corrupt DOJ. A lot of those people were arrested prior to Biden's inauguration. Not all of them, but a good chunk of them. Unless he wants to say that, like, even Trump's DOJ, since we met, Sondsol has hated whataboutisms. Yes, because I would much rather just talk about the actual fucking event in question. Yeah, you can't link anything on YouTube. You're gonna have to. Can't you DM me on Discord? Because I can't go onto Twitch. I'm still banned. It won't let me. Won't let me use Twitch. Twitch.tv. No, you know what? If I go to Twitch, it's gonna fucking crash my stream. I'm not gonna do that. Does he have a YouTube?
How do you type it this way?
Is it this guy? No.
I'd type this with my meat cloth. with my blood and bone pokies.
That's him? No, you've got to be fucking kidding me.
How do you type it this way? I don't understand.
I'll type this with my meat cloth. with my blood and bone pokies. Truly, I have found a partner worthy of my trust. It's a pleasure to have you aboard, Kate. Don't you fuck me on this!
Don't do it! You do it!
Let he who is without sin crack the first rock, and I shall smoketh it.
So this guy is the guy that you're listening to for your political opinions. Cool. All right. Now we'll do the segment. This is him, bro.
And joining me now is a key Trump ally, Republican Congresswoman Elise Stefanik of New York, who chairs the House Republican Conference, making her the highest-ranking woman in congressional GOP leadership. She is also the youngest woman ever to serve in elected congressional leadership. Congresswoman Stefanik, welcome to Meet the Press.
Great to be with you, Kristen.
Thank you so much for being here. I want to start by talking about 2024, some of what we've heard over the past 48 hours. Obviously, President Biden officially kicking off his campaign against former President Trump, who's the strong frontrunner. You are one of Trump's strongest supporters. In his speech, President Biden cast the former president as a threat to democracy. This was an argument that was effective in 2020. It was a winning argument for Democrats in 2022. How do you answer that charge?
Well, first, Kristen, I wouldn't say it's a winning argument. In fact, in 2022, Democrats lost the House, and House Republicans ran on the issues that matter to the American people. We ran on securing the border.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say it again.
Answer was effective in 2020. It was a winning argument for Democrats in 2022. How do you answer that charge?
To what? Sorry, I missed
Thank
the
you so much
first
for
statement.
being here. I want to start by talking about 2024, some of what we've heard over the past 48 hours. Obviously, President Biden officially kicking off his campaign against former President Trump, who's the strong frontrunner. You are one of Trump's strongest supporters. In his speech, President Biden cast the former president as a threat to democracy. This was an argument that was effective in 2020. It was a winning argument for Democrats in 2022. How do you answer that charge?
Well, first, Kristen, I wouldn't say it's a winning argument. In fact, in 2022, Democrats lost the House, and House Republicans ran on the issues that matter.
Bro, the Democrats barely lost to the Republicans in 2022. It was, you guys were projected to win the majority in the House and the Senate by a wide margin, to have a super majority in the House, and then you guys eked out like a 15 vote margin. That's not winning. That's not winning, bro. That's embarrassing, is what it is. What it is a total fucking embarrassment as a fucking political leader. Holy shit. And you didn't run on issues that mattered. That's why you didn't get the major fucking victory that you were expected to win from. Why didn't you guys win this? What was the things that you guys decided to focus on for some reason? Well, it was trans people and transing children. You guys didn't focus on things that people were actually concerned about? In what fucking world? One second. I know how I can speed this bad boy up. I can go like this. Jesus. Let's also try this. Would it be better just to like flip it around and have it all go down the same way? I think it would. Okay, we're going to keep playing the video. Sorry.
To the American people. We ran on securing the border. We ran on addressing the historic inflation, which the American...
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Speaking of the border, something that I want to do in the next couple of days, and anything that you guys want to do to help me on this, please feel free. I am trying to do something a little bit different now. I want to do a deep dive into everything cool that, or every like major election issue. I know I've talked about doing this before, and we kind of did it for the 2022 elections, but I want to do it like this. I want to find basically all of the cool shit that Biden has done, and then I want to look at all the stuff that people criticize Biden for. So shit like the immigration, right? The immigration issue. Everyone talks about the immigration issue and how there's millions of undocumented illegals coming across the border. And I would just love to see what the actual truth is behind that, because we looked at, I think 2 streams ago, the fact that people are saying like all these numbers, and we looked at the numbers. It's like, you're telling me that we've increased the amount of illegal immigrants in the country by like 50% in the space of 2 years? That's something that that's a real claim that you want to make in real life? Okay. We can do that, but I don't know how that'll go, right? Binders full of immigrants. Yes. True.
People know is a result.
So what? Yeah, sorry, I'm getting super distracted. So yeah, something I want to do is I'm going to make a research doc, and I'm going to go over, the immigration crisis, and I want to look at what that is, what's going on with that. I want to look at what's going on with, what do you call it? What inflation? Because everyone talks about inflation. Oh my fucking god. Something got destroyed. I want to look at inflation, because it seems like inflation has come down pretty fucking crazy significantly. So that's like probably really important to look into the claim. What else are like the biggest claims against Biden? The international stuff, the foreign policy is stuff that I can already argue pretty effectively about, I think. Yeah, I'm just like, there we go. Border inflation, 2-tier justice system, corruption with Sun. Oh man, I don't even know if I want to talk about the fucking Hunter Biden stuff. It's so fucking boring, dude. If you're feeling adventurous, there we go.
Of Joe Biden's failed policies and the trillions of dollars of reckless spending. And what Joe Biden didn't mention in his speech were any of the policies that have created a crisis across America. So zero mention of the border, which is wide open and a top issue even in my home state in New York. You have Democrat mayors who are speaking.
Am I coming up to Cincy for canvassing? Dude, I'm poor. Dude, how could I possibly afford to come up to Cincinnati? All right. Especially when I just paid for like $500 to make sure that my cat didn't die. Okay.
Out about Joe Biden's border crisis.
LL little slip. What did I say? Oh, the link.
Biden didn't mention in his speech were any of the policies that have created a
the patronage of Iran, under the patronage of Iran, basically neglecting, indeed, not even mentioning for once the Arab world. Because the axis of evil, the axis of resistance is actually functioning in the Arab world. Yemen, Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, and so on and so forth, right? And to my mind, what he said today could be quite disturbing to a good number of Arab capitals. Under the patronage of Iran.
Like, if you're trying to defend, you know, I just don't know. Like, the United States wants stability in the Middle East. Most of the countries in the Middle East are allied with the United States because they also recognize that most of them want to have closer ties with the United States. Most of them want there to be stability in the Middle East. What countries don't? Iran, Syria, and then a bunch of terrorist groups that are taking over the countries that want to ally with the United States. Who is more committed to stability? Who?
crisis across America. So zero mention of the border, which is wide open and a top issue even in my home state in New York. You have Democrat mayors who are speaking out about Joe Biden's border crisis. No mention of inflation, which continues to be a concern for voters across my district. And when it comes to threats to democracy, Joe Biden and Democrats are a threat to democracy. We see them attempting to remove President Trump from the ballot. We saw this in Colorado and Maine. That is a suppression of the American people and the American people's ability to cast their ballots this November. So it's Democrats that are a threat to democracy.
We should note, of course, there's no evidence that President Biden is in any way coordinating with the Justice Department in terms of the indictments against former President Trump. But staying on this issue of January 6th, because of course Mr. Trump was talking about this as well. This weekend we did mark the 3-year anniversary, and I want to pause for a minute and play some of the comments that you made on the evening of that day. Let's take a look.
This has been a truly tragic day for America. Americans will always have the freedom of speech and the constitutional right to protest, but violence in any form is absolutely unacceptable. It is anti-American and must be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
In terms of what we're hearing today, former President Trump has referred to January 6th as a, quote, beautiful day. Just this weekend, he referred to some of those who are serving time for having stormed the Capitol as, quote, hostages. Do you still feel as though that day was tragic and that those who were responsible should be held responsible to the fullest extent of the law?
Well, first of all, Kristen, as typical for NBC and the biased media, you played one excerpt of my speech. I stand by my comments that I made on the House floor. I stood up for election integrity, and I challenged and objected to the certification of the state of Pennsylvania because of the unconstitutional overreach. So I absolutely stand by my floor speech. I am proud to support President Trump, and I want to correct another statement you made that there is no coordination with Joe Biden and the Department of Justice in prosecutions against President Trump. We just saw Hunter Biden defy a congressional subpoena, and the White House admitting it was in coordination with Joe Biden the morning of. That is coordination, and I believe that Joe Biden will be found to be the most corrupt president in our nation's history, and that's why all of the investigative work that we're doing is so important, because the American people, they deserve transparency and accountability.
A lot to unpack there. Of course, the White House has said that Hunter Biden is acting unilaterally on the issue of election integrity, though. As you know, Trump took his case to court more than 60 times that there was fraud. He didn't win. But I want to get back to this key question. Do you still think it was a tragic day? Do you think that the people who stormed the Capitol should be held responsible to the full extent of the law?
I have concerns about the treatment of January 6 hostages. I have concerns. We have a role in Congress of oversight over our treatments of prisoners. And I believe that we're seeing the weaponization of the federal government against not just President Trump, but we're seeing it against conservatives. We're seeing it against Catholics. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so proud to serve on the Select Committee on the Weaponization of the Government, because the American people want answers answers, they want transparency, and they understand that as you look across this country, there seems to be two sets of rules. If your last name is Clinton or it's Biden, you get to live by a different set of rules than if you're an everyday...
What about fucking Trump? What about fucking Trump? I'm sorry, I hate whataboutisms, but like, what about Trump on this? What about his family? Do you have no fucking, like, self-awareness? Do you have no self-awareness whatsoever to recognize that you do give this man a pass for literally everything that he does, everything that he says? There's no accountability for literally anything that this motherfucker does? And you're fine with that? Really? Oh my God, is this really the way it's going to be? Cool. Oh, it's because of low power? Oh, cool. Damn, I wish that I had the gumption to cheat. Fuck, I wish I had the gumption to cheat and just turn off all the fucking attacks, because that's what I'm primarily waiting on. Fuck.
A patriotic American. I've been clear, Kristen, if you go back and play the full speech I gave on the House floor, I condemn the violence, just like I condemn the violence of the BLM riots, but I also importantly stood for election integrity and security of our elections, which if we don't have that, we do not have a democracy. So the real threat to our democracy is these baseless witch hunt investigations and lawsuits against President Trump, whether it's Tish James or whether we see in the D.C. Circuit Court, and that is undemocratic, and it's shredding our Constitution. And you know who agrees with me, Kristen? The American people. That's why President Trump is winning in poll after poll against Joe Biden.
The Justice Department has indicted a number of top-name Democrats as well, including the president's son, twice. So, I mean, a lot of critics would argue that undercuts your argument. There are two systems of justice.
If you want to try to, I want to answer that. If you want to make that case, the American people are very smart. They know that they tried to give Hunter Biden a sweetheart deal. We've heard from multiple IRS.
He's been indicted twice, Congresswoman.
But it was because of a judge that threw out a sweetheart deal that was negotiated on Joe Biden's behalf. Joe Biden and the Department of Justice have been withheld from going after the Biden crime family, which Joe Biden sits atop of.
Other top Democrats have been indicted as well, but we have a lot to get to, so I want to stay on track. You mentioned Pennsylvania. Would you vote to certify, and will you vote to certify, the results of the 2024 election, no matter what they show?
Well, I voted not to certify the state of Pennsylvania because, as we saw in Pennsylvania and other states across the country, that there was unconstitutional acts circumventing the state legislature and unilaterally changing election law.
What about 2024? What about 2024?
We will see if this is a legal and valid election. What we're seeing so far is that Democrats are so desperate, they're trying to remove President Trump from the ballot. That is a suppression of the American people.
She can't answer.
And the Supreme Court is preventing Pennsylvania. After the Biden.
Let me hear what the question was.
Indicted a number of that undercuts your argument. There are two systems of justice.
If you want to try to, I want to answer that. If you want to make that case, the American people are very smart. They know that they tried to give Hunter Biden a sweetheart deal. We've heard from multiple IRS.
He's been indicted twice, Congresswoman.
But it was because of a judge that threw out a sweetheart deal that was negotiated on Joe Biden's behalf. Joe Biden and the Department of Justice have been withheld from going after the Biden crime family, which Joe Biden sits atop of.
Other top Democrats have been indicted as well, but we have a lot to get to, so I want to stay on track. You mentioned Pennsylvania. Would you vote to certify, and will you vote to certify, the results of the 2024 election, no matter what they show?
Well, I voted not to certify the state of Pennsylvania because, as we saw in Pennsylvania and other states across the country, that there was unconstitutional acts circumventing the state legislature and unilaterally changing election law.
What about 2024? What about 2024?
We will see if this is a legal and valid election. What we're seeing so far is that Democrats are...
Legal and valid means that Donald Trump won. Just so you guys know. Just so you guys can cut through, so we can cut through the bullshit. In their mind, it's not legal and valid unless Papa Trump won. And then it's really legal and valid, okay? That's what that means.
so desperate. They're trying to remove President Trump from
when
the
did
ballot.
the
That
caucus
is a suppression of the American people, and the Supreme Court is taking that case up in February. That should be a 9-0 to allow President Trump to appear on the ballot, because that's the American people's decision to make this November.
And the matter is, of course, halted pending that appeal, as you say. But just to be very clear, I don't hear you committed to certifying the election results. Will you only commit to certify the results if former President Trump wins? Does that mean former President Trump wins?
No, it means if they are constitutional. What we saw in 2020 was unconstitutional circumventing of the Constitution, not going through state legislatures when it comes to changing election law. And we're seeing this in my home state.
No, you guys tried to go around the state legislatures in what they chose. That's what you guys did, actually. That's what Trump's entire plan was. That's what Eastman's plan was. He wanted to say, oh, well, yeah. So, like, you guys have some electors. I recognize that. I recognize that you guys have these electors. But consider for a second if you had a second set of electors, okay? A second set of electors that voted for Trump instead of Biden. Wouldn't that just be super cool of you guys? Wouldn't that be so fucking awesome of you guys if you guys just like said that there was a second set of electors and like those are like the we'll say that those are like the real electors, and then we'll when everyone decides to fight and cry about it, then we'll, you know, make this big stink and then have Trump be coronated as the leader of the country by sending it to Congress, which was held by Republicans at the time. Oh, wouldn't that be great? It's nothing. You don't care about what happens with the. You have no care what happens with the state electors, as long as they vote the way that you want them to. Play.
Of New York,
Thank
Kristen. We are seeing Democrats try to steal the election and illegally gerrymander congressional districts that we fairly won and are fair line. So I see this at a very local level, as well as the unconstitutional overreach we saw at the national level in 2020.
I want to move on to the university presidents, but just to put a fine point on this, Mr. Trump, his allies did take their case, their concerns about the election to court more than 60 times. They lost every time. Mr. Trump hired 2 independent firms to investigate that. They came up short, as well as the federal agency responsible for overseeing election security, CISA, said that the 2020 election was the most secure in American history. But let's move on to the university
Well, let me make
presidents.
a final point, and I think it's important because the American people understand that it was not a fair election. We had unconstitutional overreach, and that was why I objected to certain states when it came to my constitutional responsibility as a member of Congress. I'm going to always stand up for the Constitution and make sure that we have strong election integrity. And the real threat to democracy is Joe Biden and Democrats who are attempting to remove President Trump from the ballot because Joe Biden knows he can't win at the ballot box.
Again, there's no evidence of coordination between Biden and DOJ. But let's talk about the university presidents, because, of course, the president of Harvard, Claudine Gay, resigned this week after this exchange that went viral that you had with her, the other presidents of some of the top universities, in which you pressed them on their response to anti-Semitic speech on campus.
Oh, this is that lady. Gotcha.
And Dr. Gay, at Harvard,
Gay.
does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Harvard's rules of bullying and harassment? Yes or no?
It can be, depending on the context.
Now, of course, she was criticized for that response. She has since come under some scrutiny for allegations of plagiarism. She's resigned.
Plagiarism?
All of that. What was your
It's plagiarism, right? It's not plagiarism?
It was long overdue. She should have resigned immediately following the hearing. And of course, this follows the resignation of Liz McGill, the Penn.
You know, something that you can tell like immediately whether someone's like a real human being or if they're like a politician, like, you know, lizard person wearing a human skin suit pretty easily. All right. When they talk like this, when everything is so unbelievably fucking calculated, they don't answer any fucking question whatsoever. It's just always exactly the same fucking thing that you know what their answer is going to be. Like at that point, you kind of gotta recognize that these people are not. They're not like real people, right? They're not real.
President, who also answered almost verbatim the same way that the Harvard former president did as well. And so.
Oh, sorry. Also, Esalikin, I wasn't trying to. I didn't think that you were judging me or anything. It's just like, fuck. It would be really cool to go. It's just that I can't, and that's a little frustrating.
The MIT president, I might add, and I've called for all 3 of their resignations. It's not just me who called for the resignations. We passed a vote bipartisan who called for the resignation on the floor of Congress. But I want to take you a little bit into that hearing, Kristen. That was the last question of the hearing, and I tried to structure the question in a way that was a moral question and not political. And it was a moral question. And I was expecting them to answer yes. And I was astonished in real time that they said it depends on the context. You put up 3 of my constituents, a farmer, a manufacturer, and a suburban mom. They know how to answer the question correctly. It was the most morally bankrupt testimony I've heard ever in Congress, and that's why it's the most viewed testimony ever.
Let me let you respond to what Claudine Gay has written in the New York Times. She says the campaign against me was about more than one university and one leader. This was merely a single skirmish in a broader war to unravel public faith in pillars of American society. Is she right? How do you respond to her?
Well, I would respond that she failed to stand up for Jewish students on campus who have been facing anti-Semitic attacks, who have been facing physical assaults. We've seen that footage. We've heard that directly from students on campus. We've also heard faculty concerns about her tenure and her position and her lack of academic integrity. But it really goes back to protecting Jewish students. And frankly, when it comes to Harvard, the only time that Harvard has pled for academic freedom or freedom of speech was when it comes to the genocide of the Jewish people. That is inherently unfit for a person to be president of a university. It is part of the broader issue at these schools, which is why our investigation is so important. We're going to look at DEI, which inherently has refused to bring up concerns from Jewish students of the rise of anti-Semitic attacks. We're going to look at foreign funding as well as taxpayer funding and the governance of these universities. You saw that these boards doubled down to support these university professors despite the morally bankrupt testimony.
I want to ask you, you talk about moral clarity. I want to ask you about something that former President Trump recently said. He referred to migrants as, quote, poisoning the blood of our country. This is language that the Biden campaign, others, says, quote, is parroting Adolf Hitler. Are you comfortable with former President Trump's comments?
Well, yet again, we have the media, which is so biased, which is reiterating whatever the talking points the Biden campaign is giving.
I'm giving you the opportunity to respond. I'm just giving you the opportunity to respond.
Our border crisis is poisoning Americans through fentanyl. It is poisoning people, including in my district, who are dying.
That's not what he fucking meant, and you know it, you disingenuous cunt. Shut the fuck up. All right? I'm not even on the train that, like, oh, Donald Trump was quoting Hitler. All right. It's a little funny that the guy is so fucking stupid he can't quite keep himself from saying stupid shit that would make people think that he's talking about goddamn, like, I almost said Das Kapital. That would be funny. What is it? Mein Kampf, right? Like, is it funny? Yeah, it's a little funny that the guy is so fucking stupid that he's accidentally turning himself into fucking Hitler by accidentally quoting him. That's what I think. I don't think that Trump can read, okay? So I don't think that he's sitting there, reading Mein Kampf and trying to, kill world Jewry or whatever the fuck, right? But he wasn't talking about poisoning the blood of America by having fentanyl. Like, you're actually subhumanly fucking unintelligent if you actually think that, and you're also subhuman if you want to, like, try and sell that narrative to people. Holy fuck. Actually fucking off yourself if you believe that sort of shit. Or if you want to, like, try and fool people into believing that sort of shit. Like, fuck off. Like, actual subhuman scum.
From overdoses of fentanyl. And you know why? Because of Joe Biden's wide open border, that executive actions he took on day one. So yes, I stand by President Trump, and President Trump also has he has the strongest record when it comes to supporting the Jewish people and supporting the state of Israel. Whether you look at the historic Abraham Accords or whether you look at the ability for Jewish students to sue and stand up for equal treatment at schools under the Title VI executive order that President Trump put into place, not Joe Biden.
And again, I just am allowing you to respond to what has been said, because you are one of former President Trump's staunchest defenders. What do you say to your critics who've argued that you're holding the presidents of these universities to a higher standard than former President Trump?
These university presidents answered the question, does calling for the genocide of Jews violate your university's code of conduct? They said it depends on the context, and even in the case of the Penn president, they said it would have to take a step towards conduct. Though that testimony speaks for itself, it was morally bankrupt. It was viewed by over 1 billion people in less than a week. And when
Trump
you
defenders
are the president of
indicting
these
someone
universities,
else
you need
for
to
being
show
morally
moral
bankrupt.
leadership
How
as well
fucking
as academic
ironic.
leadership, and they have absolutely failed. And what was interesting, Kristen, is they did not even realize in the moment. What you can't see in that hearing in the video is there were Jewish students from each of those schools. And from our vantage point where I was seated, they were physically shaken by those answers. So they're unfit to be those presidents. And these schools need to do a lot of soul searching to make sure that they have morally fit leaders as university presidents, which is why our investigation is important.
And you've talked about, again, just on this issue of moral clarity, are you applying the same standards to your own party?
Absolutely. House Republicans stand strongly when it comes to condemning anti-Semitism. And let's be clear, Kristen, over 100 Democrats in the House voted against condemning anti-Semitism, whereas it got universal support among House Republicans. When we put the resolution on the floor calling for the resignation, House Republicans voted in support of that, and so did a fair number of Democrats, but there were a number of Democrats who did not vote in support of it. The rise in anti-Semitism is an issue on the left, and you know who hasn't spoken out loudly and clearly calling for the resignation?
Don't you fucking dare start talking about extremism on one side of the political aisle. You don't want to go there. You don't want to go there. Because I'll agree with you. Yeah, there is extremism on the left. Yeah, 1,000,000% there is. And that is really bad. It needs to stop. You guys have watched literal neo-Nazis for fucking, like, what, near a decade at this point. You have watched neo-Nazis support your guy and done nothing about it. You get no brownie points. You get nothing. You get literally less than nothing from me for saying nice things about, you know, we shouldn't have extremism in the United States. When there were multiple, and I mean multiple fucking instances. Can we please shoot, you fucking idiot? There we go. When we have multiple fucking instances, dude, of right-wing extremists going out and fucking shooting brown people for the crime of being brown. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm losing everything. I'm losing everything. I'm losing everything. Okay, let's go to the most recent autosave. Playtime 8:25. How far back is this? Oh, it's not that far back. Must not be. There we go. Cool.
Of those presidents was Joe Biden.
The White House did speak out very firmly against the statements.
But Joe Biden did not. It did not come from Joe Biden.
The White House
I credit
did
Doug
immediately
Emhoff, the
speak out
second
about
gentleman,
it. Yes.
for speaking out, and the press secretary did. But
illegals who come break our laws when they can always asylum seek in Mexico, which is closer to them, are making our country dirtier. Hey, guess what? Goodbye. Sorry. I don't care what your opinion on, like, immigration, whether we should increase it or decrease it. I mean, fuck, there are Democrats that think that we should decrease immigration. If you're going to start talking about, like, actual racist shit, okay, get fucked. Go away. I'm only timing you out, not banning you again, because I just know that you'll make another fucking account and come back. So go do whatever fucking 15-year-old like racist extremist fucking Jews do when they're at home. You know, you asked if you wanted to, like, if there were any fucking, what do you call them, paramilitary groups that you could join. Go on Google, all right? Get the FBI after you, all right? At least you would be better served. You would be better served fucking getting yourself on an FBI watch list, put into a fucking juvenile center for the rest of your fucking childhood so that you could be released and hopefully make something of your fucking life where you're not a complete fucking racist piece of shit, where you don't look at someone who has brown skin and immediately think terrorist or fucking like, I can't say the actually subhuman. You are actually like a disgusting fucking human being. You know I think that about you, but now you should know it. You know that you are a subhuman piece of shit for saying shit like that. Thug? No, I was about to say a slur.
But the President of the United States did not. He was a teacher at Penn. And he could have spoken out, and he should have spoken out.
Let's talk very quickly about what's happening on Capitol Hill. As you know, the Senate locked in these fierce negotiations over the border and border security. Congresswoman, if they reach a deal on border security that the House does not believe goes far enough, are you prepared to shut down the government over that?
Well, let's take a step back, Kristen. It is Joe Biden who would rather shut down the government than secure the border.
Notice how she hasn't answered a single fucking question this entire fucking interview. Can we go back? Has she said a single fucking answer immediately? Or is it all immediately? Well, think about what Joe Biden and the dirty fucking Democrats have done. Did you see Hunter Biden's hog? It's really big, thick, and juicy, and is a national security threat. Like, holy fuck, can you please fucking answer a question?
Their investigation is important.
And you've talked about, again, just on this issue of moral clarity, are you applying the same standards to your own party?
Absolutely. House Republicans stand strongly when it comes to condemning anti-Semitism. And let's be clear, Kristen, over 100 Democrats in the House voted against condemning anti-Semitism, whereas it got universal support among House Republicans. When we put the resolution on the floor calling for their resignation, House Republicans voted in support of that, and so did a fair number of Democrats, but there were a number of Democrats who did not vote in support of it. The rise in anti-Semitism is an issue on the left, and you know who hasn't spoken out loudly and clearly calling for the resignation of those presidents was Joe Biden.
The White House did speak out very firmly against the statements.
But Joe Biden did not. It did not come from Joe Biden.
The White House did
Doug
immediately
Emhoff, the
speak out
second
about
gentleman,
it. Yes.
for speaking out, and the press secretary did, but the President of the United States did not. He was a teacher at Penn. And he could have spoken out, and he should have spoken out.
Let's talk very quickly about what's happening on Capitol Hill. As you know, the Senate locked in these fierce negotiations over the border and border security. Congresswoman, if they reach a deal on border security that the House does not believe goes far enough, are you prepared to shut down the government over that?
Well, let's take a step back, Kristen. It is Joe Biden who would rather shut down the government than secure the border. Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer in the Senate have failed to take up our Secure the Border Act, which we passed. It has strong policies returning to the very effective border security policies of President Trump, including construction of a border wall, ending catch and release, returning to remain in Mexico. And the Senate negotiations are ongoing. We will see what they produce, but it needs to be real border security policies that we know work, which did under the Trump administration. Joe Biden has failed to take that up, and so has the Senate.
Very quickly, are you ruling out supporting a government shutdown, something that you've said you're opposed to?
We don't support shutting down the government, but we must secure the border. We must secure the border. That's where the American people are. We're losing our country in front of our very eyes. And again, I take it to my home state in New York. Every state across the country is a border state. So the person who's threatening a government shutdown is Joe Biden, who refuses to secure the border. And again, you have Democrats like in New York City speaking out about this Biden border crisis.
Before I let you go, I have to talk to you about your future. Former President Trump, in his interview with me, said he, quote, likes the concept of picking a woman as his vice president. If called upon, would you serve as his vice president?
Well, I, of course, would be honored to serve in any capacity in a Trump administration. I'm proud to be the first member of Congress to endorse his reelection. I'm proud to be a strong supporter of President Trump, and he's going to win this November.
Have you spoken to the former president about the possibility of running as his VP pick?
I'm not going to get into the content of my conversation with President Trump. I talk to him frequently. We've been focused on winning. There's so much work to do as the House Republican Conference Chair, as the representative for New York's 21st Congressional District, and we need to make sure that President Trump is in the strongest position win in the general election. That's what I've been focused on, and that's what I'm going to remain focused on.
Just to put a very fine point on it, it sounds like you're saying if he were to ask you, the answer would be yes?
Well, I've said for a year now I'd be honored to serve in the next Trump administration, but I'm focused on doing my job right now, which is a really important role as the conference chair and as, most importantly, the representative for the people of New York 21.
Congresswoman Chairwoman Elise Stefanik, thank you very much. Thanks for being here in person. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News.
She like barely answered any fucking question. What was the point of fucking having an interview if she's never going to answer a fucking question and just redirect towards fucking Biden? Holy fuck.
You also had people that
1 second. I wonder what she thinks of this. What is this?
were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name.
Very good people, Trump said about the Nazis. Okay. Really quick. Do I still have the... Okay. Part 2 for another segment. 1 second. I'm curious. This guy does political content. Let's see if there's something funny that we can make fun of him for. Vosh's asshole is in the danger zone. 2 minutes and 24 seconds. That'll be funny. Is there anything... So they have cookie videos, shorts. Let's see if they have anything on. Okay, okay. 1 second. Let's see what Vosh's asshole is in.
Over on the Twitch stream, there's a channel redeem that you can use to make me do song parodies. You pick the song and you...
Sorry.
Marianne Williamson tweeted, Kyle Griffin of NBC News said, Elise Stefanik will not commit to certifying the 2024 election. Marianne Williamson said, this is insane. Let's break it down. What did Elise Stefanik actually say? She said, if it's constitutional, yes, I'll certify it. Which is a
non-answer, because what does she mean by if it's constitutional? What does that mean, Tim? What does it mean if it's constitutional? My brother in Christ. It's a non-answer. She refuses to say whether or not she will support the decision that the states lay out in 2024. The answer is yes, immediately. If the states send their electors, their duly elected and appointed, depending on which state, I guess, electors, I will certify the election. The answer is yes. But these people are saying that the election in 2020, still 4 years later, with zero proof, they're still saying it with their own mouths over and over and over. They're saying that it's fake, It's fake. It was a fake election. It was a sham election. That's why it's bad what she said. You fucking idiot.
Literally a commitment to certify the election.
Yep.
Because if it wasn't, then the purpose of her job is to not certify it. Marianne Williamson gets this fake story from Kyle Griffin of NBC. He's lying, misleading through omission to trick people like Marianne Williamson who believes it. Marianne Williamson is I suppose you'd call this the ignorance of evil. We all here like Marianne because she's a nice person and she's a good moral person, but she believes wrong things. And we believe that if we actually just talked to her, she'd understand. And she did when she came on the show. When we showed her the creepy books and everything, she's like, these things are wrong. And we're like, because you're a good person. We know you are. But if she believes NBC, she lives in a world of lies. And so this is what we end up dealing with in the culture war. The left is a whole bunch of really, really dumb people. And so when it comes to trying to solve our problems, you have disgusting, evil people like Oliver Darcy, like Kyle Griffin. And then you're like, how do we actually make the world a better place when you have figurative or literal demons lying to stupid people to trick them into harming themselves?
Well, I mean, everything you hear on the mainstream media from NBC is fake. And I think people are starting to realize that, though, Tim, don't you think? Or do you think people are still kind of under that brainwash?
Have you given a single argument yet? Is that wait, who is it? Is that Alex Stein? Bro got fat.
I think a lot of people are starting to wake up to it, and I think programs like this and the shift in how we consume media is helping change this. Podcasts are taking over. But this is the big challenge we have right now. There would be no question of the 2024 election if we didn't have NBC News and CNN and MSNBC lying about everything.
Yeah,
these people they're evil. It's not a question. It's malicious evil.
You and I were actually talking about this earlier today at lunch. It would basically be like if a health inspector was asked, "Will you pass this restaurant?" And they're like, "I mean, if
no,
it's healthy."
It's someone comes to you and says, "Will building inspector, will you commit to certifying my building that I will build next year?" Like, what do you know? I have to check to see it was built right.
If it's up to code, then yeah.
And then I report build
because I'm sorry, like they want to deep investigate every single fucking tiny little baby claim, or any they want to look deep into every single fucking thing a Democrat has ever fucking said. And then read it in the most uncharitable way possible. But here we are in a situation where it's probably completely fucking legitimate, completely, unambiguously, completely legitimate to just say yeah, it really does feel like these people just do not much care for democracy, right? It feels like these people right here are very much just not wanting to commit to the peaceful transfer of power, right? Feels pretty easy to say that, given what their entire political fucking organization is all about right now. Hey, these people right here, they don't even believe that the election in 2020 was legitimate. And so them not immediately saying yo, you know what? Yeah, you guys are right. I will be on board with getting the election certified, right? Them refusing to say that, just outright, saying as they're still calling into question what happened in 2020, which was a perfectly legitimate election. It was a perfect election. The election ballots, they were so beautiful and special and perfect, right? Just like Trump would say about his supporters, right? Very special. We love those ballots, right? There's not been any evidence to the contrary, and yet they still make the claims. So, might we rightly say, maybe these guys are playing it close to the vest because they don't want to admit that they will just throw away our democracy if Donald Trump loses.
building inspector will not commit to certifying the building. It's like, well, you didn't build it yet.
He'd actually be really bad at his job if he did commit to certifying it before seeing it.
Yep. That's where we're currently at. Democrats are shocked, first, at a fake story. Yo, NBC News is the most captured institution in the media apparatus.
You think worse than CNN?
Absolutely.
Wow.
NBC,
worse than ABC Disney?
Yes, no question. Yo, the NBC News team, like Ben Collins, they fabricate the most egregious things imaginable as a statement of fact. They put out fabricated narratives. Come at me, bro. Statement of fact. They do it, and I believe they do it intentionally. I'd love to get Discovery on these guys. And it's remarkable. They give these people awards. Look, Elise Stefanik was asked, would she certify the election? She goes, yeah, if it's constitutional, of course. Yes. She said yes. And what does NBC News report? She will not commit to certifying the election. That's a lie. That's just fake. They fabricated that. And then Marianne Williamson believes it. And she's running for president and polling in some of the latest polls at 13%.
They don't even want to fucking like pretend that anyone else in the Republican Party has a fucking shadow of a chance. But Marianne Williamson versus versus Joe Biden. Oh, now we have a legitimate contender for the presidency. Like, they're not real people. They can't be real. I refuse to believe that there are people that are this fucking stupid. And you know what? I don't think that I don't believe that they believe everything that they say. There's just no way, right? They've got to be aware that something that they're saying isn't real, right? They got to be aware at some point. Click, get away, click, get away. There we go.
It's amazing, isn't it?
The same media company. I mean, the only reason I would say ABC is, you saw that video where they were trying to bring up Jeffrey Epstein years ago, and then they killed that story.
Right, but whether or not, I think NBC News as a whole is like a fake news machine.
Well, Fox News, I think Tucker Carlson ran into this. Like, you think, oh, this is a conservative media company, but there's a lot of liberal people that work in there that are just in Hollywood, that are in show business. I mean, like, do you trust any of the political biases of any of these networks? I mean, I really don't. Like, I don't even
None
think,
of them.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah,
Fox
but
News is very
NBC News
conservative.
is a king of the castle, man.
Yeah, because I guess the biggest.
I mean, look, NBC News, they did this thing once where some activists wrote a fake story about me. NBC News then cited it in an article. Then a bunch of entertainment outlets quoted NBC News. NBC News then removed the citation, creating a dead loop of a bunch of entertainment news organizations citing each other with no actual source for where the claim came from.
The original thing was like a blog or something? Is that they cited?
Yeah, it was a blog.
Just something, yeah.
It was some guy's blog. Yeah. And then when I contacted one of these entertainment outlets saying, hey, this is a fake story, I want a correction, they say, take it up with insert other outlet because they're the ones who are making the claim. Then I went to that. So outlet 1 says, talk to outlet 2. I go to outlet 2 and they go, hey, look, we're citing outlet 3. I went to outlet 3 and it goes, hey, look, we're citing outlet 1. So if it was just 2 outlets and they're claiming each other, I could point out, you guys are just citing each other. With 3 outlets, they said, I don't know what NBC is doing. We're citing this website. And then I said, yeah, but that website's citing NBC. And they were like, I don't know anything about that. Take it up with them. You can't sue me for defamation because it's already in the public sphere. And we believe that what's reported by insert outlet is correct. So none of them will take it down. That's NBC News. These people are despicable evil. They know they're lying. And they love playing this game where they go online and they go, Trump supporters are lying. And then when you stare them in the face and talk to them and say, here's the actual proof and report that you lied, they smile and say, good luck. Evil people, man.
I don't disagree. And then
Then bring the lawsuit. Wait, am I missing something major here? Like, why doesn't he just bring the lawsuit then? Am I missing something?
I see that on Wikipedia too, where like somebody will have some weird Wikipedia thing and it'll be cited to some random blog. You're like, how does that?
Well, this is they call it. It was XKCD comic called it cytogenesis, where they say the example. Actually, let me pull up cytogenesis. It's really great. You'll understand how we are in a very serious. Check it out. Where citations come from. Cytogenesis, step 1. Through a convoluted process, a user's brain generates facts. These are typed into Wikipedia. The scroll lock key was designed by future Energy Secretary Stephen Chu in a college project. Somebody make something up. A rushed writer checks Wikipedia for a summary of their subject. U.S. Energy Secretary Stephen Chu, Nobel Prize winner and creator of the ubiquitous scroll lock key, testified before Congress today. Surprised readers check Wikipedia, see the claim, and flag it for review. A passing editor finds the piece and adds it as a citation. Google is your friend, people. Now that other writers have a real source, they repeat the fact. The simple version is, it's not just about Wikipedia. Someone will fabricate a story in the corporate press on purpose. Remember that big scandal? There's been a bunch. That one guy who worked for Bild in Germany was just making a bunch of things up and they caught him. Someone will make up something, or a better example, Kyle Griffin will tweet, Elise Stefanik will not commit to certifying the election. That's a fake story. That's fabricated by Kyle Griffin. He made that up. Someone like Marianne Williamson will see this and say this is insane. And then, I don't know, insert CNN or any other news outlet will write a story saying, Marianne Williamson slams Elise Stefanik, saying it is insane that she refuses to certify the election. They will then say, NBC News reported Elise Stefanik says she will not certify the 2024 election.
Mm-hmm.
Something that never happened. Then
yes, it did.
Every other corporate outlet will just
yes, it did. She dodged the question. She's a question dodger. She dodged the question. Therefore, she is a question dodger.
Rewrite what CNN wrote, citing CNN. If CNN figures out the mistake and they get rid of it, all these news outlets will just insert a different source and create another loop of fake news.
This happens in academia too. I can't remember who coined this term, but they refer to it as idea laundering.
Yep.
Yeah, it makes sense.
You just
and part of it is
just
like,
say anything, and then you get some citations. A couple people cite you, and then people cite them.
And the language is manipulative, right? So
Yeah.
if I said, if you describe Seamus as, a thought criminal, and then I said Seamus, who has been described in the past as a thought criminal, I am correct. You have described him as a thought criminal, but is he actually, or has he just been described that way?
I mean,
and it becomes this like echo chamber of like worsening criticism of Seamus, who obviously is the worst ever, but it's
this is the game they play because the corporate press loves to add descriptors to people for no reason.
You call the Biden family the Biden crime family. You have no room to speak about like spurious claims. Okay? You got no room to fucking speak. None. Zero. There's actually zero room for you to speak on any of this. You're actually just like dead to rights wrong. Are you fucking kidding? I might need to restart, and because I went too slow and the pollution is killing me. I just need to restart. It's been so long since I've played.
That's right.
So, they'll say like Donald Trump, or like Julian Assange. He'll be in the news because he released a document. They'll say Julian Assange, accused rapist and blah, blah, blah. Even though it's
not relevant to the story.
But not true either. The issue is, what'll happen is...
He's been accused of
How many people have accused Bill Clinton of being a pedophile?
Everybody.
I mean, millions, right?
Yeah.
So if you were to report that in a story, Bill Clinton, an accused pedophile...
Julian Assange was indicted, I thought, or he was being investigated for it. So there's a little bit more legitimacy. Yeah? Or are we just going to like gloss over that idea? Is there no difference between someone who like is being actively investigated for a crime and someone who actually like is just being maligned as someone that does a crime? Are these the exact same thing?
Is that a false statement of fact? Absolutely not. He's been accused by a lot of people of being a pedophile. And this is the game that the corporate press plays.
Well, speaking of pedophile, and I wanted to,
You have an aside from pedophile?
a little bit I do, because, a lot of people want to give Donald Trump credit for saying the fake news, but the first person to say fake news, and Tim, I'll kind of end on this conspiracy. My favorite conspiracy of them all, you asked me what my top one is. I believe Michael Jackson was innocent, only because he was, he was the first person to say that the news is fake. And then on top of that, he was investigated by the FBI for 19 years. And then Wade Robinson and James Safechuck, the two guys that made the documentary Leaving Neverland. Wade Robinson actually testified on his behalf twice in front of California's top prosecutor and said that nothing happened. And then James Safechuck said that he was, sexually assaulted inside the train station. In the year that he said it, the architect hadn't even drawn the plans. So my point is, there's a lot of weird inconsistencies with the Michael Jackson situation.
Yo, look at the
and he's the
Kavanaugh
first
stuff.
one to say fake news. So
it is very obvious that the left is willing to lie about anything if it advances their goals. Thanks for watching this clip from the Timcast IRL podcast. Hang out with us live Monday through Friday at 8 p.m. and become a member over at timcast.com for uncensored, members-only shows exclusive. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you all next time.
Exclusive. One sec. Let's get this going, and then we'll be able to... There we go. Let's build another one. Tim defending Trump's blood. Can you give me the? Can someone find me the original speech where Trump said the poisoning the blood of our nation thing, so we can see it in more context?
Last night was an amazing event. You can all check it out at youtube.com/TimCastIRL. We were joined on stage at TPUSA's America Fest. We had Tucker Carlson, James O'Keefe, Charlie Kirk, and of course, the ragtag bunch you know and love, Ian Crossland, Seamus Coughlin, Luke Rutkowski, and I. And we talked a lot about where we're headed. Donald Trump, who his VP pick is going to be. And we're heading into 2024. It's going to be a wild year. And I'm asked, what's the point of the election? And I said, to win. Yeah, but do you really think, Tim, there will be a fair election? And my answer is no. I don't think elections are fair. I mean, I guess they're fair in the sense that all is fair in love and war, right? What I mean is everybody's got their dirty tricks to play. There's going to be a lot of political gamesmanship, policy and procedure. So define fair. The point is you go out and vote, you register people to vote, and Trump can't lose. Now, I think the reality is that no matter what happens, the Democrats will deny the results. I believe if the Democrats win, Republicans will also deny the results. So, should be
amazing. Thank you for becoming a member. Testicle Johnson. Based as fuck. I really appreciate that. I was actually just scrolling through people who are live right now that I follow. Because I feel like I haven't seen any of the other, besides Wick, I haven't seen like Stardust streaming or anything like that. Food Shops is live. What is Food Shop? Well, Food Shops doesn't even show up here. She's not live. No, not Jimmy Dore. I wanted to click more. Thank you. Who the? Oh, Bo Black's live streams. Gotcha.
Interesting. But that being said, there's a reason why I'm starting off this morning with this segment from Stephen Colbert's Dirty Mouth.
Okay, hold on. Before let's listen to the.
Like in, nobody's ever seen really anything like it. Nobody's. I mean, if you look today over the last, frankly, look over the last 3 years, but you look now, it's so bad. It's like nothing in the history of the world. Yesterday, we had a single highest day record of illegal border crossings.
Oh, they start in an
Ever
hour.
recorded 12,600 one day. We have no idea who any of them are. They come from Africa. They come from Asia. They come from South America, but not just South America. They're all over the world. They dump them on the border and they pour into our country, and nobody's there to check them. And the Border Patrol's incredible, by the way. They want to do it, but they're told not to do their job. It's crazy what's going on.
It's crazy.
They're ruining our country. And it's true. They're destroying the blood of our country. That's what they're doing. They're destroying our country. They don't like it when I said that. And I never read Mein Kampf.
Wait, hold on. Go back.
Recorded
Let me hear it again.
12,600 one day. We have no idea who any of them are. They come from Africa. They come from Asia. They come from South America, but not just South America. They're all over the world. They dump them on the border and they pour into our country, and nobody's there to check them. And the Border Patrol's incredible, by the way. They want to do it, but they're told not to do their job. It's crazy what's going on. They're ruining our country. And it's true. They're destroying the blood of our country. That's what they're doing. They're destroying our country. They don't like it when I said that. And I never read Mein Kampf. They said, oh, Hitler said that in a much different way. No, they're coming from all over the world. People all over the world. We have no idea.
What was different? Does anybody know what was different about what Hitler said? I mean, I could make an argument for it better than probably any of the Republicans because I know more about Nazis than them. But like, fuck, dude. Like, yeah, if you're gonna like say that people are destroying the blood of your country, it's probably a really like negative thing that you're doing. It's probably really, really negative. It's probably one of the worst possible fucking things that you can say out loud if you don't want people to think that you have Hitler particles like all the fuck over you. Probably a pretty major thing, in my humble opinion. But what do I know? Yeah, Hitler spoke German, dumbass. Duh.
They could be healthy. They could be very unhealthy. They could bring in disease that's going to catch on.
Do y'all, what the fuck argument is this? I feel like a really long time ago, I can't remember if I saw someone else have this debate or if I had this debate, but there was someone that was saying that they bring over tuberculosis. And I think it was me that had this debate. I just like looked it up. Like, what are do we have like spiking cases after every like major like wave of immigration? Tuberculosis and syphilis or whatever the fuck they said. And I couldn't find fucking anything about it. Hello? What's up? Oh. She must be talking to the cats.
In our country, but they do bring in crime, but they have them coming from all over the world, and they're destroying the blood of our country. They're destroying the fabric of our country, and we're going to have to get them out. We're going to have to get mass numbers of these, especially the criminals. They're coming from jails, prisons. They're coming from mental institutions. They say, please don't say the words insane asylum. But I have to say it, they're emptying out the insane asylums from all over the world. Why wouldn't they? I would do it if I were running Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Mexico. They're emptying out their prisons into our country. How stupid are we to allow this to happen? This week, the Biden administration closed 2 vital railway crossings so that border agents could be redirected to help process even more migrants. They were coming in. You saw the trains with thousands and thousands of people on top of them and in them. Thousands and thousands of people pouring into our country. And we actually allow them to come in. They process them. Where do you come from? Where were you? I was in a jail. Oh, okay, you can come in. Come on in. They let anybody in. And you have other people
just let
that
anyone
study.
into
You
this
probably
place.
saw Melania this week where she held a great, beautiful reception for people that came into our country legally. They studied, they worked, they had to take exams, they had to talk about our flag and George Washington and everything else. It was a beautiful day.
They talked about George Washington.
But that's the way it's supposed, because we want people to come in, but they have to come in legally. But what's happening now is this.
You know, it's so true that he is the funniest fucking president we've ever had, which is a bad thing because I don't want my president to be like funny and stupid, okay? I don't want my president to be funny and stupid. Maybe if he's like funny at the expense of our enemies, yeah, sure. But just like funny because he's saying something that sounds so fucking unbelievably stupid. Like he's talks like he's giving a presentation in 5th grade.
They worked. They had to take exams. They had to talk about our flag and George Washington and everything else. It was a beautiful day. But that's the way it's supposed, because we want people to come in, but they have to come in legally. But what's happening now is the whole system is being underrun. And no country can sustain this, by the way. You know, you have children going to school. They don't speak the language. You have children going to school speaking languages that nobody even knows what the language is. There are many languages in the world. They don't even know what the language is. And they're sitting in classrooms, and there's no room for our students in the classrooms, and they don't speak the language. On my first day back in the White House, I will terminate every open border policy of the Biden administration, stop the invasion on our...
I would love for them to cite one open border policy that Biden has introduced. I want to know. I want to get mad. Okay? I want to get mad about them poisoning the blood of our nation. Where do I find this? Well, he's doubling down. This is fine.
Southern border and begin the largest domestic deportation operation in American history. We have no choice.
Fiscally conservative Donald J. Trump Republican, fiscally conservative, fiscally responsible. We're going to track down every illegal immigrant and we're going to deport them. Most fiscally responsible Republican, everybody. Okay, and then we need a fuckload of these bad boys.
No country can sustain this. We will restore law and order to our communities, and I will direct a completely overhauled DOJ to investigate every radical, out-of-control prosecutor, of which we have many, in America. I have a guy named Deranged Jack Smith. He's a deranged person. He happens to be after me. You know, the great one is the boxers hoax. They have a boxers. Biden has been taking stuff out of the White House or taken out wherever he was. He was a senator. For 50 years, he's got tremendous amounts of stuff. He had it brought to Chinatown. What's that all about? And then after it was brought there, it was distributed to different places. Chinatown.
Source on that
CNN,
one.
Of course,
that's a
they
major accusation.
That he's not going to have any problem. But me, with a tiny amount, and I come under the Presidential Records Act, which gives me the absolute right to do it. With me, oh, I'm different. But mine was in a secure location. Everything was.
It was not. It was on
but,
the
you know, with
fucking
this guy, just think
stage
about it.
in your. It was in like several open to the public areas, fucking ballrooms. What are you talking about? It was in a secure location.
They don't want to do anything. They're not going to do
Yeah,
anything.
his
It just came out.
bathroom.
They released it. They leaked it. They leak it because they're dishonest. You're not supposed to leak that. They talk about classified documents, and they're leaking about classified documents.
And they're
But he had
leaking
many
about it.
classified documents. Just think about
Ooh,
it.
I'm
and they
leaking.
leaked that he's going to be okay. He did nothing wrong. He did everything wrong. And he made it impossible for them. And he took things when he was a senator, which Dick Durbin is on television. He's a senator, Democrat. He's saying, oh, if he did that, that's a crime. That's a terrible thing. And he never came under the Presidential Records Act because he was vice president and he was a senator. But for him, it's okay.
Wait, Sieg. Also, did you know we would capture spies because they knew more about America, like our national anthem, than most Americans? Really?
For me, and I have total protection.
Wait, why do you guys not know the national anthem by heart? Do I just know it because I was like a choir boy and I had to like sing the national anthem at football games when I was in high school?
I'm allowed to do it. You know, the New York Times wrote an article, and I'm sure the writer got fired, but basically it's...
Okay, I can't. It's so meandering. I can't handle it. Fuck me. Okay, 1 second. My cat's yelling at me to eat, even though we got him this fucking crazy food bowl that opens only for him with his microchip. Won't eat out of that. Let's see what's going on
to burn shit. Okay, and so the reason is that
you're going to compare May 30th. Are you about to compare May 30th?
January 6th, because we've had over and over and over again. We have had investigations and investigations.
Fabian, are you going to compare May 30th?
Is that what you're doing?
Wait,
I don't want to jump to another thing.
Yeah,
So I'm
yeah,
just
it was
saying-
May 30th.
okay,
Yeah.
just 'cause it was-
Wait, who the fuck?
Can we just stop right here?
Okay.
We're gonna do the whole.
We got Lonerbox, Pisco, Fabian, Dylan Burns, Counterpoints. Who? Who are these people? There are 4 parts of the national anthem and we only sing the first? Oh, yeah, well, of course. It's just like it's the only important part, okay?
So the comparison, the comparison Fabian is making. Fabian, are you aware that Donald Trump characterized the May 30th, what you're calling an insurrection, as no problem? Never a problem?
Who the fuck is
no
this?
problem whatsoever?
I don't even like Trump.
Wait. Do you agree that he said that or not? Were you aware that he said that?
I don't remember what Donald Trump said about May 30th. No.
Donald Trump himself, so he was in the White House when this happened, right? The violence happened.
Yeah. When he downplayed it and got moved.
So he said there was never a problem, not a problem, no threat. You aware of that?
Why do I give a fuck about Donald Trump's narcissism and his bravado?
Are you
during the
surprised that the Department of Justice, which is under the executive branch, under the command and control of the Attorney General, who serves at the pleasure of the president, that when the president characterizes something as not a big deal, that it isn't investigated?
I love how they always
Does that surprise
serve
you?
the pleasure of the
Oh
president.
my God,
and
I want
the
to
president
earnestly
is
answer
pulling the
Fabian's
fucking
question
strings.
from 10 fucking minutes ago. Please allow me to do so. I want to earnestly answer fucking Fabian's question. Okay.
Okay, well, let me
so
just say
the question.
super quick then. And
I
just
would
say,
like
it doesn't
to take
fucking
the floor
matter.
after
the
that.
double standard that the double standard that you have is like, oh, it's they serve under the pleasure of the president.
Why didn't Trump go after them?
Of course they. Okay, oh my fucking God, the same people.
You have an answer for that, Fabian? Stop floundering and answer.
Ooh,
The
stop
same
floundering,
administration,
Fabian.
right? That was hounded legally from almost every 3-letter agency in fucking existence during his entire
Go
presidency.
general, go general,
Saying,
go general.
Why didn't they?
Go general. Anything to talk about the anything but talk about the specifics, right? You don't want to deal with it because it totally flies in the face of your narrative that these are comparable events. They're obviously not. They're obviously not.
You're utilizing Donald Trump's bravado in the fact that he said I was fine, everything's okay.
I don't want to go down
Pivot
another tangent. Hey, both of
away
y'all
from the
shut the fuck up.
conversation.
We've been dealing with your
Again.
autism all fucking night. Both of y'all shut the fuck up. I want to answer the question earnestly because I feel like it actually demonstrates something. Okay. Fabian, you asked if BLM had done something analogous to what we are accusing the January 6th people of doing, should they be infiltrated and prosecuted? As an example, I'm just going to describe it real quick. Well, okay, then repeat it for me because that's
real
what
quick.
I have down.
I said, what do you feel like the outrage would be from the American people if BLM had done something comparable to January 6th? And one of the major planners, architects of whatever was occurring, they had FBI informants in their family that was privy to the defense team and was there for prayer meetings, etc. And we found that out, and they went along with the case anyways, and then sentenced them to 22 years.
Okay, I'm going to make it analogous.
Never being directly involved in the violence.
I'm gonna make it analogous, even though I don't think it's analogous. Okay, so if we discovered information that there were BLM leaders who were texting each other, signal chats, Discord chats, text messages, whatever the fuck, emails, and they knew that they were going to coordinate and start a protest that would become a riot, and they were going to capitalize on that riot by causing property damage and hurting people. And by the way, this isn't fake, this is real, like some of this shit kind of happened. I would be perfectly fucking happy with the judicial system taking any means necessary in order to investigate and prosecute those people. Now, before you interrupt or interject, hold on, one more thing. Okay, so I want to answer Destiny's question was there anyone who pre-planned violence on behalf of BLM? That might not have been the thrust of your question, but I just want to say the Dallas shooter was inspired by BLM-style rhetoric, and he murdered, if I remember correctly, 6 police officers as a result.
Okay,
if
hold
there
on.
was
Can I
a
just
group,
ask the
if there was
question?
a
Can I
group
just ask
text
the question?
message, if
Can-
there was
hold
a
on.
group text
Can-
message,
can you
yeah,
just-
go ahead.
Okay.
Sure, go ahead.
Are you talking about the shooting in 2016?
Yeah.
The BLM riots and everything were like 2020 onwards. I don't know what this.
Eric Garner.
That's he's not saying he's not saying he planned. He's not saying he planned like a riot or anything. He's just this guy just like did a shooting. He planned that he would do a shooting against cops.
He's violence on behalf of the ideology.
Okay, I know, but I don't. Hold on, I don't know. Wait, I'm just because for some reason conservatives never want to defend anything on J6. They say we can't defend that, so then they pivot to BLM. So
that's
all
not
I'm
true.
asking,
I want to finish the analogy.
I specifically defended January 6th. You know, you're mischaracterizing.
You defend January 6th?
Who are these people?
Fuck, I was saying, you fucking cucks. Please let me finish what the
You
fuck I was saying.
fucking cucks.
Hold on, Logic, I respect you. Thank you, fellow centrists. I love you like a brother.
Connor, go. Connor, you got to do it like
later.
Connor. 30 seconds. Go. Wrap it up. What do we got? Make the comparison.
So if there were text messages between leaders of BLM coordinating that attack, I would absolutely want law enforcement to investigate and prosecute that. Finally, was there a double standard?
That's not the
yes,
comparison.
there was. Was there a double standard?
Privy to their
Yes, there
defense
was,
team
and it
after
should have
they're
been
already in
prosecuted.
court.
I wouldn't give a fuck
Completely different.
If the
It's a
Dallas
violation of
shooter
constitutional
had
rights.
a family member who was FBI who was spying on him, I wouldn't give a flying fuck.
Right.
And then, by the way,
Informants
he
is
did
you
get
dumb
punished. He got
fuck.
suicide
It's
bombed
because
by
you
a
stop
robot.
giving a fuck about the
Wait,
Constitution.
informants is violating your rights?
Please
Having
tell me the
informants
part
is
of the
violating your
Constitution
rights?
that was violated by Enrique Tarrio, having law enforcement members who were a part of his fucking whatever.
What's the
fuck.
constitutional violation there?
Tell me the constitutional violation.
So, hold on. So
hold on.
Answer that.
Answer the question,
let's go through.
Fabian.
Do you have a
What's the constitutional violation, Fabian?
Even the spirit of it. I'll take the spirit, if not the letter.
All right, cool.
What's the
If the
spiritual
spirit-
violation?
Get it out.
Right. Yeah. The idea that you can have informants.
What was violated? What was violated? What's your right?
Listen, shut up.
The idea that you can have informants that are in someone's family while a trial is going on that could potentially stop attorney-client privilege and make it to where attorneys aren't aware that they're actually sharing their defense strategy and evidence and the arguments that they're going to use with the prosecution because an paid informant is still in your family is a giant fucking problem.
Wait, the
Look,
informants.
if all that's true, then like maybe they should investigate that. Sounds like something to bring up in court. Like, but what does that change here?
First of all, there's tons of
22 years.
There's tons of Sixth Amendment precedent. You can find it about jailhouse informants, people who are after the initiation of formal proceedings against someone.
Ongoing criminal
jailhouse confession is not the same thing as
but what you're talking about,
family that is getting
what you're talking about.
Wait, hold on, wait. Let me clarify. Hold on. Is Fabian complaining? Is your complaint that an attorney and a client are having a conversation and that attorney-client privilege is being broken because the client decides to willingly share that information like a fucking retard with family members, and one of the family members might be an informant? Is that what the complaint
breaks the
is right now?
privilege? Wait, no, it would break the privilege anyway if you're going to third party.
Wait. If I just want to be aware if that's the complaint. We're dropping this whole topic. That's the most retarded fucking thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Not the most retarded fucking thing.
It is the most retarded fucking thing.
Wait,
There's
so
no
why are you
attorney-client privilege.
pitching?
Everybody
Why are
broken
you?
it.
Yeah, you could absolutely have attorney-client privilege if you ask, like, if I'm a defendant.
Oh, it's
and
Lauren
I have
De
trusted
Laguna, of course.
people, and my attorney thinks that having these trusted people would help my defense.
People that are at
the
your
attorney,
prayer meetings.
The attorney can talk to, if with your consent,
The trusted
specific
person
people. But
exception.
those people, no. You know this. It's not called the trusted person exception, but if you are a defendant and a third party is there, so for instance, if there's like a child with their parent, that's like the most common one. But even if you're an adult, like a over 18 person, and you have like a parent or
a
friend that is reliable, and
You sure about that, Lauren?
This sounds like a skill issue, to be honest. This really sounds like a skill issue.
We have other on panel. Am I wrong?
So my understanding, and I was only just working on privilege log the whole weekend. That my understanding was that third-party communications, unless there's a common interest issue going on or there's a corporate situation going on, the common interest defense, which is not applicable. Like, oh, I trusted that guy; he was my friend, or is my brother or sister.
No, it's applicable to legal defense, and these people seem to be like applicable because they were there. Like, I don't know exactly what
I can't wait
situation
for
you're
the mafia
referring
case
to.
where the mafioso's on the stand and he's like, but
He was my family.
Slimy Jimmy was my friend. I don't know. How can he
I
be
trusted
a snitch?
him.
He was my
It's
cousin.
disanalogous.
No, if you
It's
needed
disanalogous because
Slimy
the
Jimmy,
court case
if
is
you
going
needed
on.
Slimy Jimmy, if
slippery,
you needed
Jim.
Slimy Jimmy for your defense, and he was one of your witnesses, and he was somebody that your attorney and you were working with, and then you find out later that.
But that doesn't sound
he was-
analogous.
If he's like an agent of your lawyers, or if you're hiring experts, but that's not what's being described. And also like
Politico.
What are you talking about?
This is not what people are talking about with informants.
Okay, got it.
It's already kind of not good. And then, you know, like it's just theft all around. It's terrible. It's a terrible policy. I don't have all day. I can go.
Start. I want to give each of these individuals a brief introduction
Let's see what's going on.
and a brief opening statement.
Are you ready for
And
the
we're gonna
Keffels
start
Chris Chan
with someone who
crossover?
hasn't been on my show in a long, long time. LSP, go ahead. What you got?
That's not real.
Hi, I'm LSP. Thanks for having me, Wick. So just as far as an opening goes, immigration tends to do two things that is just irrefutable by data. It tends to
Link it.
improve the economy.
Prove it.
Growing supply of labor, growing supply of consumers, growing supply of capital. All this stuff makes the economy go round. And you also tend to reduce crime with immigrants. Immigrants come here, they do not commit crime. Illegal or legal immigrants, either which way, typically their crime is lower than crime committed by natives. They're actually reducers of crime. So beyond that, from what I can tell, all the immigrant wants is what the citizen gets for free. I don't see any reason why I, as a free person, should deny another free person the same opportunities I get in life based on something as arbitrary as where they came from.
All right. Well, thank you for being here, and we'll get into it as we go. Next up, no stranger to my channel, and no stranger to my heart, Admiral Gibbs. What you got?
Howdy. You know, I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me everywhere at Admiral Gibbs. This, you know, it's a tragedy what happened to these people. However, that being said, we definitely need a stronger border policy. We need immigration reform. People are flooding across. It's an invasion. That's really what it is. It's just, if we don't do something about this now, it's gonna become a problem for everybody. It just, the sheer mass of humanity that's moving across the border is just like, it's just millions of people, and there's just nowhere like that we have the infrastructure for this kind of thing. And I don't know, something's got to be done, and it's got to be done ASAP.
Okay, thank you for being here. I'm sure we'll get into it as we go. Next up, someone who I am proud to let across my border. Corey Campbell, what you got?
And I echo the sentiment that I am proud to cross your border anytime, with consent, of course. But yeah, thank you so much for inviting me on here. I appreciate it. Always grateful to be here. And also great to be here with these lovely people. And yeah, so I echo a lot of the same sentiments that LSP just went through. So I am not for open borders and just a free-for-all, but totally, as LSP just pointed out, from the data that I've seen, even though it's a little bit tricky to tease out, on the whole, it seems to be that immigration is a largely net positive. And also, you know, even though I come from a Canadian perspective,
Waiting to see if Kame Yoriko can send me whatever this bullshit is with Chris Chan and Keffels. In the meantime, I saw something on the live tab. We'll link Chud's vid. What the fuck is this? What are you doing? Okay, I thought that would be way more interesting to see it, like what the, it has to be a meme. Let's see here. Okay, this.
I don't think that quite makes sense, you know.
1 second. Let me go here and let me go to transcript. Where's the part? Okay, this debate, I want to talk to this guy. Because he seems super fucking reasonable.
That's what I
doesn't he?
could.
Sure. To be clear, I'm not trying to say that if we're trying to go on the argument that every
I just want to go over like a segment of this. Let's start at like 35 minutes. So in this debate, Destiny is talking to this guy. He's a Republican lawyer in the middle of fucking bumfuck Deep South, whatever. And he brings up like, hey, so like you agree on this would constitute like some aspect. This would constitute some aspect of a coup or an insurrection. And you agree that this would constitute, you know, some part of an insurrection, and you agree that this would, right? And all of these elements are present at January 6th, right? So why are we still not willing to say that this was an insurrection? And motherfucker, I'll just be damned if this guy doesn't say, you know what? You bring up a really good point here. You bring up a really good point here. And, I'm going to have to rethink my position in the most fucking reasonable fucking way. He actually, like, the way this guy talks about it, I just wish that there were more Republicans like this. Not because he caved, not because he, you know, wanted to, not because he wanted to, or because he doesn't have strong opinions about January 6th, or because he's willing to agree with a Democrat or whatever, right? Not because of that, but because after going through a full line of logical, you know, like, okay, so we agree on this, we agree on this, we agree on this. So why don't we agree on the conclusion? The guy says, you know what? I am going to have to rethink my position. I just want there to be more people like that. That's fucking amazing. I was listening to it at work and I was like, damn, fuck, I need to talk to this guy. I want to know what a reasonable conservative's opinions are on like, this, and this. I want and need to know. This is so interesting. Someone who's willing to actually like participate in a conversation. One second. Okay. Let's listen to this for a minute.
You don't need the speech to be the prompt. It could be that a group of people, a group of terrorists somewhere in some.
Why would you need that? What would the coordination look like? And then I'll just, so that it doesn't, I'm not trying to trap you, because whatever coordination you give here, I'm going to ask why. My next question is going to be, why is Donald Trump sending 100,000 people to the Capitol to protest the certification? How is it not a level of coordination? That's what I'm going to ask next. So tell me what the.
There's coordination for a lawful purpose and coordination for an unlawful purpose. I mean, for example, you and I have coordinated in order to have this talk. So the fact we coordinated didn't make it illegal. So the coordination needs to be unlawful. That's like the difference between a conspiracy and just, you know, going out for a meal together or something. So I think in the example of a non-speech, you'd be looking towards, you know, a person who gets together, for lack of a better description, a group of militia people who go together with the affected intent to engage in violent disruption, which I think is true for the Proud Boys in December 6th, Oath Keepers perhaps as well. And you could also find other groups that are comparable in other situations. So
sure, but what about the fact that the majority of the people that were indicted, I think, is like trespassing and committing violence, I don't even think the majority of them were Proud Boys or Oath Keepers.
No, that's correct, and I don't think those people engaged in insurrection. I think they engaged in a riot, which manifested in trespassing and.
So if those people thought that they were going to the Capitol and they were fighting on behalf of Donald Trump, who was going to lose the presidency because we agree there was a rigged election, and they were chanting 1776, which is when we fought for our own insurrection and rebellion against the British, and they effected violence to achieve some end of delaying the certification of the vote, which they did. I don't understand like what possible element we're missing here to make this constitute an insurrection. We have like everything except for the fact that it failed.
Well, I'm not sure how much you think the situations are comparable or not, but in
wait, before because everybody likes to make comparisons and jump to like BLM and other stuff. I'm just in this particular thing. What are we missing for this to be an insurrection? I feel like every single element is easily met. I don't know what we're missing.
I don't.
Like, what part of an insurrection do you think hasn't been satisfied at this point? Like, what definition are you working with for insurrection that hasn't been satisfied at this point? What are we missing here?
I just don't see the coordination in the sense that that would form a crime where we're in concert with each other in the normal sense.
But they're literally tens of thousands of people walking together down the street in a coordinated manner, coming from a speech from their leader to go to the Capitol building where the electoral certification is happening, to all protest at the same time, and then all enter the building at the same. There's like a highly coordinated. What could be less coordinated?
Well, see, that's where you're to my mind tripping up, because you're assuming that the intent to enter the building as part of the thing, and I'm not sure that's true.
I don't know if the intent, but I don't know if that intent has to be there, right? Like, you know how one of the, I'm sure because you did criminal law and you're an attorney, right? How some people think that premeditated means that you have to be like at home and you've got to like have your death note and draw out like a whole plan. And if you don't do all of that, then it's never first degree murder, right? But you know that's not true, right? For like premeditation,
can form in an instant.
In an instant, yeah. So why would we say that there needs to be this like intention formed hours or days prior to going to the Capitol if every single other element is met? You're going there, you're chanting 1776, you're waiting for Pence to unilaterally overthrow the election, you're protesting, and then there's riots, and then they're breaking into the building. Why can't all of the intent for that insurrection stuff develop organically alongside the riot? Isn't that what they're there to protest?
I think that's mostly right, but it's the problem is trying to delineate between the mob violence and the insurrection violence as we're trying to maintain these distinctions to the degree we want to maintain them.
I don't think we have to.
What's the difference between a mob versus an insurrection versus a rebellion?
I don't think there needs to be any delineation. Like, for instance, in the U.S., here's my guess. I don't actually know this. I'd be shocked if I was wrong. But my guess is probably in any major rebellion or insurrection, not everybody is there to rebel or insurrect, right? I'm sure even in the American Revolutionary War, some people were probably just looters. If we would have lost, not everybody would be equally culpable. Some were probably just fighting for, right? Like, not every, but same thing with like a riot, right? Like, if there's my guess is going to be for any riot with 1,000 people, there's probably only actually like 50 to 100 people like fucking shit up. I doubt all 1,000 people are breaking shit, but you still call the whole thing a riot, right?
Yeah, I think that's mostly correct. I don't think mere presence necessarily means you're part of the riot, but yeah, to the extent you're engaging in unlawful acts, then you'd be part of the riot. Your mere presence there wouldn't make you part of the riet. I mean, although it wouldn't necessarily be wise, I can go to a riot and just hang out. I'm not sure why I'm doing this, but I could.
Sure. To be clear, I'm not trying to say that if we're trying to go on the argument that every single person there was an insurrectionist, I wouldn't make that argument, right? I don't know if that's the case or not, but like this is kind of the sum of its parts, or the whole is greater than the sum of the parts is greater than the individual, or whatever, right?
So
the whole event itself was definitely an insurrection. Maybe not every individual actor was an insurrectionist, but that's my feeling, and I feel like that every element of this has been so easily met.
I think you certainly could make the cases to some individuals. I do just have a problem with calling the thing as a whole an insurrection, but as you know, some people have been charged with seditious conspiracy and convicted, and I don't have any problem with that.
Sure,
so
but
if you want to say that some people engaged in insurrection, I think that's fine. Because they went down there with intent, and the government's been able to prove they went down there with the intent to engage in violence, and it was coordinated and planned and so forth and so on. So that's fine.
Sure, but I just don't understand why we wouldn't just call, like, what element is missing? What else would we need? So if we have some people that were convicted of seditious conspiracy, if we have like a lot of coordination, we've got a lot of violence, we've got a delay or an obstruction of a certification of a vote, like what element are we missing where you'd be like, okay, well now we'll call it an insurrection?
Well, if we're trying to categorize, I suppose it depends on one of two things. Are we talking about Trump specifically, or are we talking about the crowd as a whole?
I'm just talking about that event on January 6th, that particular.
Yeah. So I think if I'm trying to categorize the event as a whole, then the fact that I can find people that engage in insurrection, which I'll concede for the purpose of argument, as I'm trying to talk about the crowd as a whole, I want to look towards, I suppose, for lack of a better description, the most common denominator, because I don't think it's fair to necessarily say the crowd is tainted by the worst of its actors. You know, if I go down to a riot and I break a window and some other guy murders a guy, you know, I don't think that necessarily it's fair to lump me in with him. You know, we had two very different sets of actions.
Well, but we wouldn't we? Like, if
this is the part.
Now I'm going to use your phrase, like being even-handed. I don't think we would ever say for a particular riot, we would never say, well, here's a riot. Actually, I know we wouldn't because we made fun of CNN for doing this. Even if
peaceful?
Yeah, those protests were mostly peaceful. But it's not stupid to say that because, like, only takes a few people in a protest to make a protest a riot. Protest doesn't become a riot when every single person or over 51% of the people are rioting. You would say if there's enough people rioting, oh, it's a riot, and that would be it, right? And if we're looking at the event on January 6th, we would say, oh, it's an insurrection. That doesn't mean most of the people there were engaged in insurrectionist violence. It just means that you had at least enough people there to enact violence, to try to obstruct an official proceeding for the peaceful transfer of power. They were marching down there ostensibly to protest the very thing that they ended up obstructing. Like, it just seems like a very clear, easy, shining line to draw from A, B, C, D, E. Like, every element is met, every threshold is crossed. It's like, so it just seems like very obviously plainly laid out. I would just ask again, like, what are we missing? Is your argument, I guess, from what you said, you need at least 51% of the people there to call it an insurrection? Like, they have to be in the building?
I don't. You make a good point by comparison, and I think it was a solid point, because how many people do you need just to call it a riot? So let's go with what you say. Basically, you just have a standard old protest, and then some people engage spontaneously in riotous behavior. So how many people does it take to make it a riot? That's a good question. I don't know that I know the answer to that question, but I think there is some threshold, which I'm not sure exactly what it is, because if you had, I don't know, if you had 100,000 people go down there and 100 people got into a brawl, I don't know that either you or I or the public at large would consider that a riot. So there is some sort of proportionality threshold. I don't think it's necessarily 50%. I'm not sure what it is, but you do raise a solid point.
And I would agree with you 1 billion% there, that if we were making these same arguments and the whole crowd marched down there and like 10 or 20 people were fighting with cops and, they got arrested, even if like 2 or 3 of them killed a cop and then cops killed them or whatever, I don't know if I would necessarily say insurrection, maybe not, I don't know. But I think that whatever threshold we were going to set, that threshold is probably way behind. Hundreds of people are breaking into the Capitol building. Congress is being evacuated. Calls are being made everywhere to bring in the National Guard to clear out the Capitol building. And is this the first time in all of U.S. history that the electoral vote certification has been delayed? Like, whatever threshold we're setting for the violence being qualifying of an insurrection, we're probably way, way, way after that point. That'd be my guess. Like, we're probably going to argue over like how much fighting with the cops outside needs to happen before we call it an insurrection, or does somebody need to break in, or how many people need to break in? Whatever we set it at, though, we're way behind people looking through the glass at where like statesmen are, with the Secret Service like shooting them through the other side of the door, I think, right?
You raise a good point. I'm not sure it's you've given me something to reconsider. So you might have the better end of the discussion on this one, because you're certainly correct that what happened and sort of how it happened resulted in a manifest disruption to not only a legally required process, but a constitutionally mandated process, which incidentally, as a person on the right, just pisses me off personally, because we're supposed to be the party of, Constitution and law and order. And then I have a bunch of assholes who say that they're part of my political and legal delineation, who are engaging in constitutionally abhorrent content, and makes me a very grumpy person inside because it's making us all look bad. So, but you make a very solid point here that because of what manifested, to view it as an insurrection might be reasonable. So yeah, it's an interesting argument. And then you're just trying to say to yourself, well, does the fact that, assuming for the sake of argument, it wasn't planned in advance in some sort of collective, like we're going to go to some sort of, corkboard and put out postcards with string kind of territory, like we're planning a job. If it's not coordinated in something resembling that sense, is the fact that it resulted in this disruption to the Constitution enough to call it insurrection. It's a reasonable point.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like all the elements are important.
Okay. That's all I wanted to listen to again. That was really interesting. I want to talk to that guy, but I don't know his name. So if somebody knows what that guy's name is, please let me know. I want to talk to him. Okay. We can go over this depending on how long it is. It's 13 minutes. I think we can go over this. Can I pop out the window, please? Thank you. Okay, so this is Vanguard defending Kyle against Vosh. I'm actually so fucking surprised that when it comes to some international, relations, some sort of geopolitical arguments, Vosh, more often than not, he's still, I'm not going to say it's overwhelmingly positive, right? But more often than not, he has a decent take on it, and that's so fucking wild, since he has such dog shit takes on everything else.
Different, much longer route to get to Israel. Oh man, the horror.
Like one of the things that kind of upsets me is that the idea of people not understanding the importance of free international maritime trade is very, very frustrating. Like, this isn't even like,
you fucking nerd. Do you not understand the importance of stopping a genocide? Like, do you not know how easily you could just
You have to agree first that it's a genocide, which not everyone does. All right? I don't agree that it's a genocide. I don't think it's a genocide. I know more about genocide than either of these fucking, like, cuckolds on the screen here, okay?
turn that around on you, you moron?
Somebody linked earlier, hold on, Kyle Kalinske comes out unequivocally for the Houthi pirates. Let me see.
Sometimes they have to take a...
breaking, U.S. starts a legal war with Yemen. This is why my sub count doesn't explode, by the way, because I can't do the kind of like sensational gonzo.
Bro, you literally look at the headline of this video. These are literal Nazi talking points. Leftists defend the Houthis. And then he's saying, oh, I wouldn't stoop to this level. This is beneath me, making clickbaity, sensationalized headlines, even though Kyle's is largely completely accurate and honestly not even that sensational.
I mean, kind of fair for...
you know, this would be like a video that gets me a lot of views. Illegal war, Joe Biden impeached, blah, blah.
And nobody's going to do anything to try to stop it? Well, let's do the bare minimum that we can and try to block trade with you. So what happened as a result of that? Okay, the insurance rates for the ships in Israel went up.
The insurance rates, again, we went over this earlier. The insurance rates for everybody went up, not just Israel. Not just Israel. It was everyone. It's everyone. Not was. Currently is. Everyone. Everyone's insurance is going up if they're going through the Red Sea, which leads to a price increase for everyone. Literally everyone. Not figuratively. Not a meme. Not a joke. Everyone is affected by this.
Kalinske coming to us from his bed.
Alpha. This is what, hate it, like it or not, this is what peak Sigma performance looks like, Gavin.
Sometimes they have to take a different, much longer route to get to Israel. Oh man, the horror.
Like one of the things that kind of upsets me is that the idea of people not understanding the importance of free international maritime trade is very, very frustrating. Like, this isn't even like...
You fucking nerd. Do you not understand the importance of stopping a genocide? Like, do you not know how easily you could just turn that around on you? You fucking moron. You fucking nerd. Shut the fuck up. Maritime travel is so important. Dude, 30,000 people have been fucking...
Most intelligent fucking, like, tankies here, everyone. Holy fuck. Oh, you fucking nerd. You think maritime trade is important? Yeah. Yeah. It is literally the backbone of the entire world's economy, you fucking nerd. It's actually... You're actually incomprehensibly stupid if you think otherwise.
Extinguished. Far more have been injured and are probably dead under rubble.
1 million people have been displaced, half of whom are children. A lot of whom are children who are never going to have fingers again, never going to see their parents again. The horrible stories. But what's fucked up about this is you don't even have to explain this to Vosh. He knows. He's seen it. He knows exactly that there are fucking, women that have had to have C-sections without fucking any anesthesia, that there are kids that wake up with fucking burns all over their body. They don't know how they got there. They don't know where their parents are. They don't know if they're ever going to see them again.
I wonder how many fucking people woke up to fucking jihadist extremists in their home pointing guns at them. Like, we talk so much about one side of this issue.
Again, how about the kids that wake up and they're under a foot of fucking rubble? They can't move anything and their limbs are broken and they're going to die like that. Oh yeah, and guess who got rich off of the fucking bombs that were used in that? Guess who's only allowed to drop those bombs because we say so? That's on us. Oh, I'm sorry, a maritime vessel was sunk by a fucking group of radical fucking people. I don't care if they're crazy. Guess what makes me crazy? The thought of more dead fucking kids in Gaza. I don't think it's that hard to comprehend, right? I know. I'm getting a little too loud. I have to think about my neighbors. I'm sorry, guys. I got to take a deep breath for a second. But I know what's so disappointing is I know in Vosh's heart of hearts, like as a commentator, he wants to give good political analysis. He wants to say the things that are true. And sometimes we lose ourselves. We miss the forest from the trees. Vosh, I plead with you right now to understand that none of us think that the Houthis are based. It's not a W for the pirates.
It is so untrue. If you look at the takes of like your average lefty Twitter user, yeah, I'm sorry, people will say Twitter isn't real life, Sondsol. Twitter isn't real life. You motherfuckers treat it like it's real life, number one. Number two, it is a pretty good temperature check for the real world. It's a pretty good temperature check to see what people's opinions are. Yeah.
In the Red Sea, bro. Slap up, high five. Vosh, yeah, down with Vosh, up with pirates. My dude, it's about these people are desperate. They have been militant. Yeah, they're taking money from Iran. Why? Because Iran wants them to be able to fucking live. It's a whole political mess. I'm not saying that the Houthis are based, right? But what they're doing is they're standing on the side that is correct against the genocide. And right now, for some backwards reason, you're defending maritime vessels. Say that out loud 3 more times, and then think about the fucking dead kids in the Gaza Strip. Okay, think about that on the display.
So
think about what it would look like 1 million people. Gavin, can you quickly Google for me what the population?
Like, can you imagine the like? Can you just imagine, like, flip who we're mad at here, right? And they're talking about like dead babies. These guys would be like, oh yeah, think of the children. They always say think of the children. Like, bro, we don't even know, number one, what the proportion of like fighters to civilians have died. We have pretty good guesses, but you probably wouldn't like where those numbers come from because they come from the Jews. So you probably wouldn't like those numbers.
Of Seattle is. It's got to be a ballpark. It might be way over 1 million people. I don't fucking know. I've never been there, but I'm curious what the population of.
It's actually
Seattle.
not quite 1 million. It's like,
okay, great. All of you and everybody that you've ever run into in the past like entire time you've seen in your Seattle. Bye Seattle. Now it's gone. You're never coming back. Have fun. You know, like 25 miles north of Snoqualmie. Okay, that's where you're gonna be. You know, I hope you like cold winters in the forest, Vosh. Do you understand? Oh. Well, actually, now these guys, they can't get their iPhones because some pirates in the fucking North Pacific, they decided to take out the shit. See how that's so bad? See, we have to displace you now. We have to keep, like, what? I know you don't believe that, Vosh, but you have.
Didn't we cover these guys talking about inflation in the United States and how Biden isn't doing anything to stop it? They're literally defending right now, as we speak, as we're listening. They're literally defending. What they're defending. Sorry, let me take a deep breath. They're defending inflationary pressure. They say they don't want there to be inflationary, you know, issues. They don't want there to be anything bad happening with inflation because it hurts the average American. Bro, what do you think? What do you think maritime trade increasing in price leads to? My guy, my brother in Christ. Have you no brain? Have you no balls to fucking Google stuff that might disagree with your preconceived biases, like to change what you might think? My preconceived biases at the beginning of like learning about Israel-Palestine was that Palestinians are just getting fucking murdered left and right for no fucking conceivable reason, and it's just bad, and we should stop funding Israel. That was the position that I had. Have you no balls to challenge yourself intellectually? Have you no balls to challenge yourself on a factual basis? Have you no balls?
Have to understand that you're basically just aiding and abetting in the fucking. See, it's the same thing. We got into a bit of a fucking like spit back and forth between Dylan Burns, you know, because when 10-7 happened, he immediately starts playing into the hands of the most hysterical fucking commentators and mainstream media, talking about how these savages are just fucking running around killing people with knives and doing all these things and blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, let's wait until we get all the information and not just hysterical stories. And then also let's understand what this is going to be used as, which is a precursor to do basically the amount of destruction that the United States did in a place like Iraq. Okay, let's wrap our head around the fact that it's actually a much smaller area of
Oh no. Terrorists attacked a country and then they're going to respond with lethal force to those terrorists? Oh, egads, the fucking horror. Now, yeah, there are lots of qualifications there, but you're saying they're going to use that as an excuse just to kill people? Is there any other conceivable reason besides total sociopathy that you can think of that might cause people to maybe want to respond with lethal force against people that literally, and I mean this literally wants to kill them for being from the country that they're in, that literally want to target their country for being the country that it is? Not just because of like legitimate reasons that they might have, but because of illegitimate reasons, like wanting to kill all the Jews. Might be like a thing that happens in the world.
So from a percentage wise, the destruction that we're doing is unimaginable, right? And when I say we, I mean what our taxpayers are fucking funding by allowing our government to continue to enrich their lobbyists and their fucking manufacturers, right? And the Boeings and the Raytheons and all the fucking companies that, you know, roll around
military industrial
$100
complex.
bills like
soy.
I just don't understand it. I don't understand how you get there. I
You don't
understand that he
understand a lot
doesn't
of
like,
things, do you?
I understand that Vosh is married to the idea that the United States has to be the global police force and that we have to maintain the flow of capital and open markets and all of this stuff. But it just seems like it's really divorced from humanity right now. And I think we need a little bit more concern for human beings. And, you know, as Crystal Ball will point out, fucking babies on the ground in this situation, little children, like think about that for a second. Force yourself
Think about
to.
the little
It's
children.
painful, right? And a little bit less about global fucking commerce. Okay.
Like a left or right thing, you know. This isn't like a leftist.
Okay, I actually listen. Nobody defends
Joe Biden, the U.S.
Houthis.
president, is expected to make a statement tonight.
Okay, we're gonna listen to this, and then I'm jumping off stream. I can't handle like this at this time of night after streaming for this long. I don't want to. Oh wait, really quick. Let's Jesus Christine Weston Chandler Sonichu Prime will be appearing on Keffel's stream on Tuesday, January 16th, about 3 p.m. Huh. Why is it real?
Question from the ICJ chatters. They've been gearing up for this for a while. This is Yahya Sari, spokesman of the Yemen's armed forces. If we look at the crimes being committed in Gaza, this is from December 19th. They're similar to the ones that were committed against us in the past 9 years. Bombarding hospitals, they bombarded our hospitals. Bombarding markets, they bombarded our markets. Bombarding schools, they bombarded our schools. Bombarding roads, people while they're soundly sleeping in their homes. Just like it happened to us. It's the same aggressor, the same American bombs being poured on Gaza, were the same ones being poured on us in Yemen. The aggressor is one. The aggressor is one. The leader of it is one. America.
America.
The one who led the aggression to Yemen is the same one who's leading it in Palestine. Majority were saying, strike Israel, we dare you. We strike them.
You didn't, actually.
They said, seize a ship, we dare you. We seized one and took it to our port in Hodeidah. It greatly honors us that we mobilized against the enemy, that we are confronting the Zionist enemy who's aggressing on Palestine and our homeland. We will continue to confront the American-Israeli enemy until the aggression in Gaza stops. This is a very important part. We will confront the American-Israeli enemy until the aggression on Gaza stops. As for the battle in our homeland, we are, God willing, fully prepared and ready for anything from the enemy. If Saudi and Emiratis even think of leading an aggression on us, commanded by Israel and USA, we are present and ready. They've tried us for 9 years. If they want to do it again, we're here and we're ready. As for America and Israel, if they attack our homeland, they will commit foolishness which they've never committed before. The response will be fierce from the people and the armed forces. We are with our brothers in Palestine and Lebanon in facing Israel because they're our greatest enemy. We didn't say death to America with our heads turned. We are serious about it. A lot of Yemenis believe Houthis are not the best and are corrupt in their own sense, but still most can agree that they are not the greater enemy America and Saudi is. Thank you. That's simply my point. My point is always that
what about the
many
Hitler
people,
salutes?
You can always find someone who will dick ride America. You're gonna find like
Are we going to ignore
Kurdish
the Hitler
people,
salutes?
for example, or even Turkish people as well, that will be like, no, America really good actually. What are you talking about? So much better than the current situation. You go to Iran, there are Shah riders, which is pretty crazy. Most of the Iranians in diaspora are like that. A lot of the Iranians in diaspora are like that. Sorry, but then you have the Shah riders in Iran still. They ride them super hard, and they say the most embarrassing stuff you've ever heard in your entire life. It's the classic, like, I am Iranian. You need to glass Iran, my friend. We want the monarchy back. Like, that's the type of energy that you get. But overall, most people understand, even if they absolutely despise their own current government, as I do for Turkey, they recognize that the American government's involvement is going to be far worse for the country's future. That's it. America's gravest mistake, which is not even a mistake, it's a deliberate attempt, but America's worst problem.
Okay, we're done here. I get it. He's retarded. Okay, I'll raid you guys into Kick or Keep. I love you guys very much. All right, I'll stream again tomorrow. Catch you guys then. Okay, we need to focus on domestic policy. I am so fucking bored of the exact same talking points over and over. I'd like to learn about what's going on in my own country for a little while. All right, catch you guys tomorrow.